That's a charge.
Ah, you inbred pile of donkey.
What did you say?
You four-eyed. Come on, that was a block, and you know it in your heart. You know it was a block.
Come on, man. Are we really doing this again?
These guys are a foot taller than us, Jeremy. You gotta call it even on both sides, you.
Ben, I do not want to tee you again. The game is basically over.
You. It's not my fault that the hamster that you tied to a string and shoved up your chewed off the string, and now you're standing there with a piece of string, but the hamster's eating away at the inside of your.
Knock it off, Hopkins!
Oh, you, Greg. You're the one who probably shoved the hamster up there in the first place. Oh, my life. We're getting pounded inside the way your mama pounds your sister.
All right, you had your fun, but that's it. You're out of here!
Good. I want to be out of here because this is a show.
Come on, Coach.
And this is a circus. And this is not basketball. This is Barnum and Bailey's.
Come on, no more, come on.
But after they took away the elephants, and it's not as fun.
Welcome to the Hoops Comic-Con panel. You know, my name is Max Greenfield. I was asked by my good friend who I worked with on New Girl to host this panel, Cleo King. I'm so happy to be here. It's so good to see you. I love this show, and I'm so excited to talk to everybody here. Let me introduce everyone here. We have Ben Hoffman, who created the show. Ben, how you doing? Get a little
really
wave.
Good.
That's how this works.
I feel good. Thanks for doing this, Max.
Please, it's my pleasure. You gonna play a little something for us later?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
I wrote a song about you.
Oh, thanks, man. If we have time, I don't know. They put us on a time limit. We have Ron.
I also don't have a song.
Ron, you there?
Yes. Hi.
For a second, I didn't think you could hear us with the headphones on.
Oh no, I can hear you.
It's good to see you, Ron.
It's good to see you too. You're...
Hello.
How are you?
I was forced to go camping, so I'm much better now. I'm back.
Okay. Is that your camping hat?
Well, I haven't washed my hair in many days, so I thought maybe I would keep it on.
All right.
Yes, it's my camping hat.
Okay, well, we got onto the Zoom, and Jake made fun of my hat, which is just a typical Yankees hat. Said nothing about yours, but that's fine. A.D. Miles, it's good to see you.
Hi.
How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm in a windowless bunker.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Safe and sound.
Hey, Rob
Hi.
Riggle.
Hi.
You in your office? Is that your office?
It's part of, yes. Yeah.
What do you pretend to do in there?
Thank you. That's about it. A lot of pretending. A lot of make-believe in here.
I'm working, hon. I'm working.
Well, look, you know what? We're in the business of make-believe, and that's a beautiful thing.
Not now, Mom. Just keep going.
You call your wife Mom?
Jake Johnson, it's good to see you.
Max, you're cooking with gas, brother.
I love seeing everybody here. Jake, now, I guess we'll start with you a little bit.
Sure.
You serve as executive producer and actor, voice actor in this show, and you're also a writer.
Well, I'm
Is
not
that correct?
No.
You didn't write any of it?
Well, I was in the writer's room, but I'm not.
No, I'm saying you were in the writer's room. And
I was in the room throwing ideas.
You were a part of that process, correct?
True.
Now, you were a playwright in New York, too. Is that correct?
Silence is the City, yes.
Yes, of course. Now, what was it like putting pen back to paper for you? I'm just curious.
What a great question. It's really nice. I haven't seen you in a while, Max. We text a lot. Can you describe what's going on with this look?
Well, it's sort of like
I see some Tom Selleck now. I'm
it's
not
an
saying you
80s
look bad.
baseball look. I don't like to a novice, they might think he's going for Don Mattingly, but really I'm going for Ron Guidry, which brings us to sports, which is what this show is about.
You're killing it right now, by the way. Keep going.
Thanks so much.
Your way.
Now, Ben, you are the creator of this show. Talk to me about the genesis of the show, how it came about. Where was Hoops born for you?
Hoops was born a long time ago. We made the pilot, and it sounds like a joke. I want to say we made the original pilot 5 years ago. If Comic-Con viewers are wondering how long it takes for things to get made in Hollywood, I had a show on Comedy Central that was not well received and canceled quickly, and I wanted to follow that up with something with my reaction to that experience, which was anger and frustration and screaming and yelling. And I created this show, and I was thinking, and then of course when you make a pilot, actually let me tell you how far back it was Phil Lord and Chris Miller were interested in my pilot and wanted to work on it, and they said they had a new movie coming out called the Lego Movie, and I said, sounds good, but I mean, I don't know that a movie about Legos is really going to hit, but you guys sound interesting. I'll check out the movie, and maybe we can work together. And then I never saw the movie, heard good things, and I said, you know what, let's work on this together. So there are EPs on it also. And again, not to keep blathering, but a casting director came to me, you know, who are you thinking for the lead? And I go, well, I have an old friend of mine named Jake Johnson, actually has become famous since I wrote this. And I think he might say yes, because I know him, and I'd like to work with him, and it'd be hard for him to say no. So let's ask Jake.
How did you guys meet, Jake and Ben?
You were doing a two-man show with Craig for a while, and I knew Eric.
Yeah,
because we all knew Craig and Eric. You want to elaborate on that?
Well,
Jake and I did.
Setting them up, Max. Take it easy, Magnum. Slow down.
Jake and I used to do comedy together at Second City, LA, which is not really Second City. And Jake had a two-man. I'm trying to translate what Jake was trying to say. Was Jake had a two-man comedy group, I had a two-man comedy group, and we would share shows, which meant his audience had two people and my audience had two people. So we kind of became friends, and I introduced him to his commercial agent, who is, by the way, the biggest commercial agent in all of Ventura County and still is to this day. And Jake, I think, booked a couple commercials, right?
Yeah.
Helped pay the bills, and then we just became friendly. And I said, don't forget about me if you get a sitcom.
Well, Ben was actually on an episode of New Girl. Do you remember, Max?
I do. I actually really do remember. Jake was like, Ben is coming up. My friend Ben's coming on. He's really funny. And, you know, it's always hard because people come in and they guest star on a show and they're given only so much material, and you never really, the expectations are never really met. And when Ben came on the show, it was immediate that we were like, oh, this guy's super funny. And you had a really interesting tone. And I remember you were writing at the time on Norm Macdonald's show, I think. Is that right?
That's probably right. Yeah, I was writing on Sports Show with Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, which is cool because
I still found the time to say my 3 lines on New Girl.
Crushed him. And Jake, you've put a couple people from New Girl on this show. Ron did a bit.
Yep.
Cleo was amazing.
Yes.
I had fun on that show. I had a great time. I got to play a hard ass.
Yeah, that's how we remembered you, Cleo. When we were looking for this part, I remembered you in New Girl crushing it.
I had a good time on that show.
And you kill it on Hoops. Everybody's really funny in this group, but I'm seeing your face right now, and yeah, you were great.
I'm having a ball. I'm loving this character, you know? I love what she looked like, and when I got there and got to try it, it was just a wonderful audition process for me to get here.
Some of your improvs made me laugh really hard, especially when you would get really filthy. It would kill me. I just wouldn't expect it. And, we would go on some runs together where, they floored me.
It was great.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Good stuff.
When they let us rip in there, it paid off.
Right.
You know, hold on. Before we get to that stuff, I just want to say, Ben, it's really interesting to me that the genesis of this was of frustration and one from anger, because we opened the pilot, and we'll get to Jake in a second. Jake's character is this basketball coach, and he is angry at everything. And I was going to ask Jake, do you have any coaching experience?
Do I have coaching experience?
Yeah, any past coaching experience? Do you have any coaching experience?
Yeah, you and me played Madden together for 5 years like 12-year-olds, and we pretended to be coaches, and we never played against each other.
And do you feel like that helps you prepare for this role?
100%, yeah.
You want to thank me?
No, move on.
Okay. Okay.
That's fair.
That's fair. Totally fine.
All right, Rob Riggle, I see you.
That's
Hi.
fine. We'll get to Rob in a second. Now, Jake, tell me about your character.
So I play Coach Ben. You know, he's a really angry guy, but it's funny. You know, honestly, we did this one started a lot of years ago, and Ben came to me with a pilot presentation. And the idea was we were going to be really disgusting in the booth, and everyone was going to pass on it. And we just thought it'd be really fun to make something that we really thought was funny without any fear, because it was just a presentation that MTV was putting money behind. And they passed on it. And we kind of thought, of course, and we loved it, and we hung on to it. And then when Netflix came around, we got a second chance. And so we were able to handpick all this unbelievable talent around. We really wanted just to pick the funniest people we could find and just the funniest show we could. And I think the show.
Yeah, my note to Jake when he was recording that presentation years ago was, be so dirty that they won't pick it up, and he nailed it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys about that. Ben, this is the filthiest show that I've ever seen, I think.
Thank you.
I think actually if it wasn't animated, I think it would be really hard to watch, but I think
that was actually, it was not intended to, that was actually how it became animated, which was Phil and Chris were like, I love the script, but do this live action and you'll never work again, which honestly wasn't going to happen anyway. But he said this could actually work animated. So I said, you know, with my 0 years of animation experience, I'm in.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I've been at parties with Riggle before, and he's watched strangers come out of the bathroom and ask them if they have just taken a shit. So I know that tone is not difficult for Rob, but I'm wondering from the other actors, was it difficult to jump into, you know, this really harsh, filthy tone?
That's a misrepresentation, by the way. Go ahead, guys.
Did you not stand by a bathroom and watch people walk out and scream, "Hey man, did you just take a shit?"
No, that is inaccurate.
I watched you do it.
It's not a fair representation. Did I inquire if someone had just dropped a deuce in the middle of a party? Yeah, sure. Because I was about to go in there and take a hot whiz. And I don't want to go in there and have that fecal drift up my nose, because you know what floats in the air after someone dumps?
Molecules.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a legit question. There's no screaming. It was just a fair, honest question between adults.
That's right. Just to finish the story, then we ran into Kelsey Grammer. So was everybody else?
Yeah, you got to say the punchline.
I loved it. You know,
Cleo, I'm curious.
I love saying things like that. For me, it's so much fun to go into all that crazy, because, you know, you rarely get to do that if you're on camera. So for me, it was just exciting. I love that kind of language.
And when you guys are doing it or recording, are you with the other actors in the booth?
Well, Max,
yes.
You did an episode on this.
I know I did an episode and I was with you, but I don't feel like
he did 2 episodes.
I feel like when I didn't get the full tone of the show when I was with you and how dirty it was.
Yeah, because you play a smart character, a teacher, right?
Yes, like in real life.
Okay. Rob,
that's the first time you've ever called me smart, and I was really taken aback.
I know, even
though it's a character. AD, who do you play on the show?
I play Manny. He's 7 foot tall, 16-year-old, and because of his height, he's really good at basketball. I've never touched a basket. I was calling it basketball most of the first few times I came in. I've never touched one, so this is a good experience for me to be athletic, to live that dream. I've seen a basket of balls. And this is the kind of stuff that I would do in the recording booth that would just get people so tickled, you know. They just let me run, and I just come up with different little things like that. It was really good.
I'm excited to keep going. I mean, I'm like, I don't.
No. That's it. I'm just preparing that basket.
I don't want to spoil anything, but you know, your character plays a pivotal role.
Yeah. It's and I don't want to spoil anything either about where he goes. It lifts us off. But you know, he's a troubled boy. He has trouble with his own body. He's sexually inexperienced. And this is all stuff that was part of the character before I became involved. So it was like putting on a glove. It fit perfect.
And Ron, tell us a little bit about where you're at. What are you playing on the show?
Well, I play Ron, which is good for me because that's my name. And I'm basically the opposite of Ben. Ben is very angry and selfish, and I'm very giving and sweet and a great lover who just, you know, has a large penis and just, you know, it represents the opposite of what Ben's about in all positive ways.
I'm looking at the character description, Ron. I'm sorry, I just missed some of that.
I never remember great lover.
And
it's part of it. Well, how did I get your wife then?
Charming, sweet guy.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now.
I don't ever remember great lover being.
It's in there. I remember it being in there.
Or penis size. It's not listed.
We cut those scenes.
Oh, that's what happened.
Look, when you're, you know, as an actor, I think what Ron did was probably created his own backstory, and I think that's important. That's why he brings so much to the table.
Absolutely, you have 100%. To.
Huh.
Natasha, who do you play on the show?
I can vouch for it. Ron's cartoon has a very large penis.
Thank you.
I play Ben's estranged wife, Shannon, but I'm openly dating his best friend, Ron. And, you know, I can't stand Ben, and I feel like our relationship, like, yeah, I definitely, to answer your question about dirty, it was a relief to be able to be really dirty on a show because I feel like we're so often neutered and, you know, just saying whatever you would, what?
Rob, stop.
I'm nodding. That was AD.
Somebody said here.
I said here about the neuter thing.
Here.
But I know, but you're egging him on, and you're saying let's do bits during this, and it's not fun.
I would never interrupt Natasha.
Come on. I can't see the chat, but I know it's happening. But stop sending him private messages and say like, let's do this.
Hey Max, I just want to say for everybody, thanks for keeping it together. Those two guys are real clowns, and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
No, I know, and it's like they do this, and you know what? I don't blame AD.
Neither. It's Riggle.
It's Riggle.
I know.
Thanks, Max.
Please, Natasha, continue.
If you, I, or Ben, or anybody else was Kelsey Grammer, Rob would not be acting like this. Natasha, continue.
All I wanted to say was it's really nice to be on a show where you can just say whatever you want, and there aren't people like changing it and making it like, you know, even 30% less funny. So it's exciting. And these guys are obviously all world-class comedians and improvisers. So it was. Are
you doing some accent work in this?
Here.
I thought you meant right now because I've been spending so much time alone. I have no idea what I sound like.
You doing some accent work during this Zoom?
I thought like maybe I've like changed because I haven't been talking to people.
Oh hi.
I'm doing a southern and it's an Alabama accent, I think. At first I was like phonetically really working on it, but then it just kind of got easy because I don't know.
I thought it was really good. I mean, I have zero context and I've done some of the shittiest accent work ever, but I thought it was great, and I didn't know it was you until I got the list of people on the show. It's like, oh my God, it's Natasha. It's great.
Okay, awesome. It was so fun working with everybody. And we also, I think when our schedules permitted, we were able to be in the room together, and that's always better.
Yeah.
But it's just hard to always get to do that.
And Cleo, who do you play on the show?
I play Principal Opal. She is a character who particularly doesn't like her job too much, and she's got a potty mouth too, and she knows how to handle him. Sometimes you have to put people in their place, and I'm his boss. I'm the principal, so I have to put him in his place, and I love it. I love it.
Comes very naturally to her.
We go at it a lot.
Between you and Jake are fantastic.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Riggo, I guess we'll get to you. Who do you play?
Oh God, that mustache is really emboldening you. It's really giving you the kind of.
He's a new guy.
I played Barry Hopkins, Ben's father, former athlete. I own a steakhouse. Extreme lover with a big cartoon penis. So very excited about the character.
Where was that, Rob?
Huh? It's my backstory. It's the character.
Apparently, you can just add it to your backstory.
All right, my character's a great lover with a big penis too. Fine.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense with the script. Not buying it.
My character has 2 penises.
That I get. That's why you 7 feet tall.
No, so yeah, that's my story. I'm Ben's dad, and I don't.
How'd you prepare for the role?
Well, my character doesn't respect Ben, and so that kind of comes from a very, real place, I guess. No offense, Jake, but I think you know what I'm talking about. So.
Yeah, I would like you to be a little bit more specific, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't understand. You don't respect Jake?
No, I'll break it down. I absolutely do not respect Jake at all. He's a Jack 4, and he knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, you're a Jack 4, dude.
Well, I'm so confused though. Then why did you do the show? Are you financially in trouble?
I am.
Poor choices. He's made some poor choices.
A lot of poor choices.
Well, explain.
Look at all that hardwood in the background. Look at all that hardwood.
Bitcoin.
I bought. I would put all my money into Terrence Trent D'Arby T-shirts back in the '80s, and lost a lot of that. So.
Really?
Yeah.
And you haven't recovered? Because that feels like an investment you made a long time ago.
It was a big investment. It was everything I had, and I borrowed. I just thought
you've been whole on that one.
Thought it was the Beatles. I thought it was going to be the Beatles, and I thought it would be.
He was going to be the next Prince.
Yeah, he was supposed to be. Live and learn.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Rob. Now, Jake.
Yeah.
Ben, I have a question for you guys. I guess this ties into some of the other characters too. I've only been able to see the pilot of the show. I loved it. And
you saw the first 3.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the pilot. I was sent the first 3, and then my internet cut out, or something happened with my computer, and it's probably my fault.
Okay.
Having said that,
seems fishy. Continue.
Of course. Now there's an interesting turn.
I watch the second and third one.
You want me to finish the question, or no? You want to just have this conversation?
Go ahead.
Okay. Are you in bed right now?
Yeah.
Cool.
He's got a suede headboard.
And I'm not wearing bottoms.
Of course you're not. You're the sexy guy in Stumptown now. What do you care? No one's even paying attention to anything that's happening on this. You know why? Because everyone in Comic-Con right now is just like this.
Oh yeah, then let them pay attention to this.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That's unbelievable, man.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Wow. It just went viral.
You got to get rid of that mustache, Max. You look terrible. For a handsome guy like you, you look terrible.
I think you're wrong.
Deep down, when you look in the mirror at the end of the night, what are you thinking when you see that mustache?
Euro. I look Euro.
Panel vote. Panel vote.
Panel vote.
Panel vote.
I have a vote. I actually really like it, Max, but could you do like just a little thinner?
Yeah, I could.
Thinner where?
On top, like just make it a little. My husband's doing one now, and his is like he started curving it over. That was not good. You just have to really study them.
I know. Then you got to stay on top of it, and it's difficult. But
it looks good though.
Panel vote.
Panel vote. All in favor.
All in favor? Who
I
likes the
like it.
mustache? Raise your
I'm
hand.
Who likes the
I like
mustache? Raise your
it.
hand.
I like it.
Who doesn't like the mustache? All right, Max, go ahead. Ask your question.
Did he vote twice?
I think you like the mustache a little bit better than your Latin.
I changed my mind between the votes.
AD, explain.
Hey, you voted for both?
I voted for
Come on,
both
AD.
because I voted and then I looked at it and then I changed my mind and then I voted.
Ron voted for
Explain.
both too. I think Ron voted twice.
You
I
did?
did.
Ron, you voted like and not like?
Yeah, it's mostly just like.
No,
do
this
what
brings
you
me to my
wanna
next
do.
question.
Be
This is
yourself,
what,
man.
this,
Be yourself.
this sets up
That's who you
this
are.
sets up the next question, you guys.
AD nailed it. This sets up the next questions.
Right.
My mustache looks a lot like the eyebrows that are animated in this show. I was very impressed by the eyebrow work. Was that anything that anybody else noticed?
I'll take that. We worked on we were the eyebrowist and that is done some of the best work, and you know, it was me. I did a little bit of the eyebrow work. I had a
Because I thought it
Sharpie.
was a really interesting choice.
It was horrible. I just bailed out of my own. I got my laugh with the top of it, and then I didn't have anything back to that. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I liked it all the way through, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Max?
Oh my
Sure.
God! If this is not about me,
Who's the character you play in this show?
the ethics professor.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What do you remember? Why are you getting so sassy?
Because I knew that you asked me that because you didn't think I remembered.
That's not true. This is a panel where we're advertising the show. I'm not challenging if you remember parts you've taken as an actor. I'm assuming you remembered them, Max.
No, you're not.
Yes, I was, man. I'm an executive producer. I'm like, oh yeah, we got Max is in it too. You asked everybody, I was asking you, man. You assumed, Max, you got insecure that I thought you didn't remember multiple days of your life. What does that say about your brain, buddy?
This is what you always do to me. You challenge me.
You gotta
All
let
right,
the
Ben, will you tell us a little bit more about the season?
Yeah, I wanted to go. I wanted to expand on the eyebrows actually.
Thank you.
Oh,
I do
thank
think
God.
I think that's real. I mean, for me, thematically, I think it had a lot to do with it. Again, you see the anger in the eyebrows. The story is real. The show is told through the eyebrows, I think.
Well, actually, this show, one of the things we were texting about today, Ben, is this show really, we have a great cast. We got great kids in it. Let's try to remember everybody who's in this show for a second. Because with all the players and different guest stars, this cast was unbelievable. From Eric Edelstein to Steve Berg, Nick Swartzen. Who else do we have in it?
Sam Richardson.
Isn't that Sam Richardson?
He kills it.
Will Forte stopped by. A couple other new girlers, right? Damon Wayans Jr. and Hannah Simone.
Simone's in it, that's right.
What'd you let Damon do?
Damon played my kind of nemesis that Rob's character obviously is crazy about. Rob and Damon got to do stuff together where Rob really loves him, and Damon's always beat me at everything.
How'd that go? You look happy about that, Rob. You
There
have a
was a
grin.
blast.
You have a grin on your face.
Well, of course I do, because I got to play and have fun times and comedy times with Damon and Jake, and that's always a good time. So and Damon's character plays right into my character, so we got to team up on old Ben.
Yeah, a lot of us got to work together in the booth, which was a lot of fun. You know, we were able to improvise and goof around, and it made even Ben did a voice. He plays Time Bomb in it. It's fun to watch
That's
Ben
true.
do some voices.
And you
Oh, I
played
didn't
a
know you were
song.
Time Bomb.
What's that, Natasha?
Didn't he play a song too? Or
Yeah, I sing. I also. Oh, by the way, just to brag, I do sing the theme song. Don't
Yeah,
forget.
awesome.
Nice.
And your brother does some music too, right?
My brother did the music, all the music for the show. Yes.
It's fantastic.
How was
He
it?
couldn't
for you?
be.
How was it
He
for
couldn't
you?
be
I
here
know
because he wasn't invited.
Ben, I know how was it for you to watch the animation come to life after you write it for so long?
It was really exciting, I got to say, because I mean, I'm a big fan of Bob's Burgers, and I like that animation style. And it was kind of a lot of the same team who did Bob's did this, and I feel like it has that kind of clean Bob's look, but doesn't just look dead on like Bob's. And I think that people, to me, it's the first. To me, it kind of has that. I don't want to. It's a weird. To me, it has that kind of Sunday night primetime look, which I don't think something Netflix has done before. And it's fun for me to see a Sunday night network-looking primetime show with this kind of language. It's not something I'd seen before, so it was a lot of fun to watch. It's like tuning into The Simpsons and Homer's just like an X-rated Simpsons or something.
So tell us what we have to look forward to, because I know
X-rated Simpsons.
I can point you towards some clips of some X-rated.
I feel like that exists.
Yeah.
You know,
You just put that into any porn site, you'll find it. Margin Lenny, Margin Carl, lots of things.
Bart actually has a cow in one of them.
You know, the fun of this show is we kind of went after best joke works as many times as we could. And we had a great writer's room on this one where it was just a bunch of funny people. And there's not too much heart. There's not too much story. The idea of this one is just to get as many bits and laughs as we could. And if we could go on a 3-minute run and we felt like it worked, we kept it in. So, you know, it feels like a little bit of a throwback comedy where it's a comedy for comedy's sake. There's not a big message to it. I don't think you'll learn anything from watching this.
I certainly did not.
No, I didn't learn
I
anything.
do, again, with what Jake's saying, I felt like Jake and I talked about, like, if we can make it a funny TV show, we'll kind of have that, we'll have that lane to ourselves at this point.
I didn't say that, Ben.
Well, I said that.
Oh, shit.
I said that.
I like how you
There you go.
But we really just wanted to
Bit
make
on the
something
show.
funny.
Sorry,
Say it
Jake.
again, Cleo? You go ahead, Cleo.
I said I got to sing a little bit on the show, and that was fun.
That's
you
true.
know,
Yeah.
my character got to sing with Ben, and he'd write some stuff, and then I get to sing it and just kind of play around, and it was a lot of fun to do that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that stuff too, because it was just fun. We got to play a lot.
Yeah, totally.
I
Hold
was
on,
unaware
when are you
musical
when
the
are you
show is.
sorry, Max, when
Yeah.
are you going to see it, Cleo?
I don't know.
Max?
How did Max doesn't know? He doesn't remember he was even in the show.
I do remember. That was the point I was trying to
August
make. Challenge my
21st.
memory, and I
Max,
told you I was.
Max, slow down. We're still in the panel, brother.
August 21st on Netflix, which is in AD how many countries?
180 countries.
Tell us a
190
little bit about
countries.
Netflix and just how it works in general.
Well,
Again,
I
I think AD would like to take that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
I
please.
mean, the thing about Netflix is, well, it's like a world-leading streaming entertainment service, and it's got 183 million paid subscribers, which is no joke. That's dispersed over 190 different countries, you know, and they enjoy TV series, they got documentaries, feature films, and it's across a wide variety of genres and languages. And
don't forget, AD members can hit play, they can hit pause, they can come, you know, so
100%, and you can play it on any internet connected screen. That's the thing. It's
That's
like
right.
it's you know
That's right.
all without commercials
And you don't
without any
you don't have
commitments.
to. And AD, do you have to catch it at a certain time if you want to watch a show?
No. It's a la
Wow.
carte. It's like you're programming your own network. It's your own taste program your own network. It's
Let's say I see something I want to watch. Could I save that maybe to watch for later? Maybe press a button to do that?
Sure, you save it, it puts it in your favorites. And here's the thing, I've got these algorithms that they'll show you other things that are related to the thing
You know,
that you watch that you like.
this brings up an interesting point. You know, during these crazy times and being quarantined and being in
What's
the house.
going on?
Rob.
That's not me. Not me.
You still don't watch any news, right, brother? That's
No,
okay.
I'm in this bunker, and like I said, I'm just doing a cleanse. And what's happening?
Well, I just wanted to direct this to Rob. You know, while everyone's staying home and we're doing our best and we're doing our part, you know, in terms of Netflix, in terms of TV, in terms of like, you know, picking up different habits. What are you doing, Rob? What are you cooking? What are you watching? What's going on?
I mean,
Tell us about your sourdough starter.
I guess I'm like everybody else. I'm making grilled cheese sandwiches and doing push-ups.
How many?
I mean, you know, sets. So, you know.
Sets of grilled cheese sandwiches?
Yeah. Wow. I made you love that one. Yeah, man. Sets of grilled cheese sandwiches and a couple push-ups here and there. That's life. That's what it is. That's what
Have
it is.
you been reading books? You know, you pick up you playing the guitar. What's going on, Rob?
No, a lot of bicep curls. Some working on my flexibility so I can get my high kick up to about 6'3", so I can kick a man in the face. But that's it. That's I keep the goal simple, really.
You're not reading anything?
No, I mean, I don't know. I did start Genesis.
Of the Bible? First book of the Bible?
First book of the Bible, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Sega Genesis.
No. First book in the Bible. Just started. I just dove in.
Yeah.
Great opening. Great opening.
Yeah. It's
really great opening. But
it gets dark. It gets really dark.
Well, this has been great, guys. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. I'm really excited about the show. I guess let's just, you know, I like to do this at the end of all the panels that I host. Ron?
Yes?
What's your favorite word?
Ooh, optimism.
Optimism. Jake?
Purple.
What's your least favorite word?
Purple.
Oh. You hate purple?
Wait, what is it?
Purple. It's a thoughtless game. I give a thoughtless answer.
Natasha? If you
What?
could be anything other than a voice actress, what would you be?
I guess I would be a trophy wife.
Yep.
Max,
Cleo,
you
what-
better have some way to tie all this together, man.
Stop interrupting my rhythm.
All right, keep going.
Cleo?
Hey, I need before you ask me, can I just say my birthday is August 21st?
Ah.
Hey. All right.
Cleo is a Leo.
That's easy to remember.
Hold on, but I don't understand. What's special about August 21st?
The show premieres.
What show's that?
This show?
All episodes available August 21st.
Yes.
I play the ethics professor, but only in 2 episodes, which Jake challenged me on, but I remembered.
Right.
Everybody else plays many different characters.
There you
It's
go.
a wonderful show. It's on Netflix. I suggest you watch it. One of the filthiest shows I've seen maybe in my life. And Steve Berg's in it.
Okay, what's my question? I'm ready. I'm ready now.
You answered it. You answered it.
Okay.
And I think we answered all the questions tonight, didn't we?
Yeah, Max, you did a really good job.
You
Thank
really
you for doing
did.
it.
Yeah, so
That
much
was
fun.
really good.
You're
Thanks,
a master at
everybody.
your
Great to see everybody.
It was good.
It's
Keep
fun.
the mustache.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thin it out. Thin it
Yes.
out. Thin it out.
Or take AD's advice, keep it and lose it.
Great idea.
That's the exact feeling I have.
Shave
about
it
Jake Johnson.
and save it.
Want to keep him sometimes, then sometimes want to lose him.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
I don't know how to end this thing because do I leave the
everybody.
meeting?
Check out Hoop. Thanks
Bye.
for doing it. Good seeing everybody. Thanks, Max.
Bye.
Happy COVID.
Bye, everybody.
Happy life.
Hey guys, I'm Eric Goldman, managing editor at Fandom, and welcome to the Comic-Con at Home panel for the 100. I had the pleasure of moderating the first ever panel for the 100 7 years ago, and it is an honor to be able to do this panel as they go into their final episodes. So let's get to it and bring on our panelists. She plays Octavia Blake. Please welcome Marie Avgeropoulos. Hey there, Marie. How's it going?
It's going great. I've become a professional gardener, and I'm getting used to isolation like my character has this season.
Nice.
Art imitates life.
Right. She plays Raven Reyes. Hello there, Lindsay Morgan. He plays John Murphy. Let's welcome Richard Harmon. Hello,
Hi.
Richard. She plays Eka. Welcome, Tassia Tellis.
Hello.
Hello there. He plays Jordan Green. Hi there, Shannon Cook.
Hey.
Hello. Now, he used to play Russell. This time, he's playing Shade Haida. Things change a lot on the 100. Hello to J.R. Bourne.
Hey, guys.
And she plays Hope Dioza. Welcome, Shelby Flannery.
What's up?
Freshman. And lastly, we have the 100's executive producer and showrunner. Hi there, Jason Rothenberg.
Hey, guys. Look at all those beautiful people. Hey, Eric. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Thank you all for joining us today. There's a lot that we're going to try to pack in here as we talk about the final season of the 100. Jason, let me start with you. You're wrapping up this heavily serialized show. There's 7 years of it. So what were sort of your priorities this season as far as what did you want it to accomplish? What were sort of things you knew you wanted to do knowing this was it?
Well, I mean, we definitely started the season wanting to kind of make sure that we didn't leave anything on the field, meaning there were certain unanswered questions over the seasons that we wanted to answer. And since I know people are seeing this after, I think, the first maybe 10 episodes have aired, you already have seen the prequel, so you know that that episode kind of fills in a lot of blanks. Why was the bunker empty when they opened it in season 4? Just being, one sort of question that I always had that we needed to answer this year. And also, the ending of a story is the moral of that story, and we really wanted to say something with this season, which I think when people do get to the end and see how the story ends, they'll perhaps come to look at the whole series differently. We're not just saying people are awful and will do anything to protect their loved ones and kill anybody who's taken their stuff, which is unfortunately a big part of human nature. We're kind of making more of a statement about that without getting into too many details because I don't want to ruin it.
Look, characters change a lot on 100, as I was mentioning a little bit in the intros, but I feel like no one's changed more than Octavia. So Marie, for you, this season's interesting because she has this new family dynamic, and I feel like maybe she was sort of more centered than we've seen Octavia before. So what's it like for you to play this incarnation of Octavia?
It was a pleasure for me to play Octavia again because she's always changing her dynamics every single year. But this year, because, we've seen her become a warrior and she was off the walls a bunch of times and then she was trying to figure out who her family was. And this year it was really cool to play a very nurturing, self-actualized version of herself because it's something we can all relate to right now. Being in isolation, they're on Skyring. She understands exactly what Bellamy meant all these years just by being in isolation, because when you're in isolation, you're forced to think about your own stuff. I won't swear. So, and then of course, then there's Hope, lovely Shelby, and making this new makeshift family. And actually she gets to utilize the tools that Bellamy taught her to parent. So I thought that was a really nice, softer version that we haven't seen before of Octavia.
I'm training so I can help you save your brother.
My brother doesn't even know I'm gone yet. 6 years for us is like a blink of an eye where he is.
That means we have time for you to make me like you.
Now, meanwhile, Raven, she had some dark stuff to deal with this season. She's been this great character as far as helping them out at the, she comes through with a lot of solutions for them. But this season, she had to kind of face a gauntlet that a lot of other characters have had to do of making a terrible, terrible choice. Lindsay, you had a great scene with Raven and Clark where they kind of talked about this. Where do you think her head's at now going forward?
Raven's great in the sense that she is so smart, but sometimes
being so smart, it doesn't always give you the opportunity to learn. And I think we saw in the last seasons, Raven was, Miss Morality and calling everybody out for their and judging them and judging people unjustly so because she hadn't been in their situation. So now that she has, and she's had to make these impossible choices that we've seen Bellamy and Clark and Octavia and everyone of the 100 has really made, Raven gets a taste of the gray, as one of the lines said, the world of gray that Richard said so beautifully. When she
added a "the" in that line.
The what? The world of gray? Sorry, Jason. I didn't remember Richard's line.
No, Richard on camera in the episode added a "the" that wasn't in the script, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Let him know now.
It was great.
No, I remember messing it up on the day
constantly. Anyways, this is my question, guys. No, but basically, she had that beautiful scene with Clark where I was really happy because it gave her a chance to tell Clark, I understand you now, and in a new way I've never been able to before, and I'm sorry. So it's been a big lesson for Raven, big learning for her.
And then meanwhile, we've got Murphy, who he's certainly changed from what we met, but it's been really interesting because even that he's done sort of more heroic things, that self-preservation instinct is always there. There's always kind of this push-pull, but it feels like maybe he's kind of gone to a place where he's more embracing that heroic side. What do you think, Richard?
Well, yeah, I think, there's been a lot of wrinkles added this season that I don't think Murphy saw coming, which was kind of the pleasure of playing him this season is him falling ass backwards into a leadership role, which is something that I haven't been able to do with him yet, which I've always kind of been curious is what he would be like, which is obviously, first and foremost, is reluctant. He's a reluctant leader, undoubtedly.
But the others better come back soon because I'm getting tired of being the hero.
But then as time kind of goes on, I think you kind of see him start to almost care about what happens to these people that he didn't even know at the beginning of the season, and these people he's leading. And so that was kind of the pleasure of it. So yeah, I think he has changed in a lot of ways. He's still that same old Murphy down inside, and I think we have to kind of wait and find out as everything's wrapping up to see, where his allegiances to himself and everyone else kind of really lie.
Tassia, what can you say about Echo as she moves forward, having sort of experienced something like this for the first time?
Yeah, I think it definitely is triggering for her to go through something where she loses the one person she's allowed herself to, really love and open herself up to. Bellamy means everything to her, and she's, a very loyal character. If you're in her family, the thing with Orlando that was upsetting for her, not only, Hope and Gabriel, was that she loved Orlando as well, but the choice came down to Bellamy or my new friend Orlando, who might ruin this whole big plan of us going to Bordeaux because of his, former ties and relationships there.
2.5 minutes to spare. It's time to go.
No. He knew that girl. Trained her, I'm guessing. How many more people will he know on the other side? I have to save Bellamy.
And her big challenge this season is figuring out who she is without someone to follow, without, being the right hand to somebody. And that's a scary thing, I think, because Echo is she's such a highly skilled, trained killer. So we'll see what happens there.
And then you make friends with the girl you chucked off a cliff. It's like the best.
We high-fived a couple times. We cuddled.
Yes.
With a little spoon.
I feel like Toss really, there were some big changes that happened last minute this season as we started to make the season. And a lot of responsibility fell on Toss to be able to really do more than we've ever asked her to do before. And she crushed it. She was just so dialed in from day one. I was really proud of you all season, Toss. And so thank you for that, for sure.
Thank you.
I think if you can't bond with the person who pushed you off the cliff, who can you bond with?
I mean,
one of the
as the saying goes.
Shannon, we got to know Jordan last season, but I really like this season, sort of seeing him on this mission with Clark's group, planet hopping, and also getting to see him sort of bounce off some different characters. Are you enjoying that? And getting to see what is his dynamic like with these different people?
Yeah, it's been very exciting to see how Jordan's going to now align this season after coming off of the ship and going through a few things in season 5. I've almost sometimes compared him to the journey of the spirit. Like, he came from a very balanced environment of love and then has decided to propel himself into a different circumstance of, I guess, testing his experience with, more primitive temptations of the flesh, existence of being in a human body, actually being human instead of being in a perfect environment. And he is very idealistic, especially coming from his background and wanting to do good like everyone wants to. But then, when you actually put to the test, as we've seen with Raven in the last few episodes, the decisions are not as easy. So it's interesting for myself as an actor and a person to see how I would experience or play Jordan in imperfection, because right now he's quite perfect and untainted. He hasn't hurt anyone yet or anything like that. And he has some parallels with Hope, who I find a very exciting character. They're both outsiders, but being an outsider, you bring a fresh perspective, a different perspective, especially because his baggage is different. His experience is different to what the whole crew has experienced together. But also trying to elevate what his parents were and what is his history and his what they were to what he will be as his own man. There's, after being adjusted, there's now more interesting things to explore. That's still to come.
And real spirituality to Shannon as a person, and a sort of groundedness to him as an actor. And this season, he's really exploring really what's at the root of the culture in Bardo. Like, Bardo is training, we now know, for this war to end all wars, what may or may not be the last war the human race ever fights. And he thinks that's crap. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't buy it. And he's, he saw something when he was adjusted, and it's definitely kind of got him on a journey that takes us all the way to the finale, and proves to be, I think, I won't say very much about it, but proves to be pivotal.
JR, you are another great example of change on the 100. You've only been on the show for 2 years, and you've played 2 completely different characters. What was it like for you just even coming into season 7 and learning, hey, Russell's gone, you're going to be playing this completely different character? Has it been interesting for you to see this incredible transition?
It's beyond interesting and beyond anything that I've, it's one thing to play different characters on different shows, but to do it on the same show and with the same sort of family, that was a brand new experience. And what a gift. It was a lot of fun.
You're doing so well this season. Oh my God. It's so fun to watch you.
So fun to do.
Great to watch too. I mean, obviously, like, I get to see every take of every performance, and JR gives us choices. And I have to say, like, there are some huge Shade Hater moments, and he's called me and he said, am I doing too much? Am I going too far? And my answer has been, listen, I feel like you have to go for it in order to find it, And so he definitely, talk about leaving it all on the field. He definitely leaves it all on the field. There's nothing unexplored. I often choose a lesser big version, but maybe on the blooper reel we'll show some of the Shade Haters.
On and off the field, I've seen JR offset, like, by his trailer running his lines, and I just really thrive, like, fed off of your passion, running your lines, and you breaking down every word and how present you were in every single take, and on camera, off camera, alone. I'm spying on you, just like absorb your energy. It was really a thrill to work with you, JR.
You guys try directing him. I mean, it's it's amazing. You can play with all the gears of the Ferrari.
Shelby, we got a glimpse at Hope at the end of last season, but what was it like for you to really kind of jump into this show 7 years in? It's the final season, but be very immersed. Your character is obviously a big part of the season. So was it a kind of just hit the ground running situation?
Yeah, I mean, I got super lucky though, and you see her whole childhood like pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
So I got to, as I write my bio and as I'm getting all this this beautiful, beautiful context of her life, it made it a lot easier for me. Like Jason said, everything kind of shifted right away, so that was also a challenge. But I mean, an amazing acting exercise. Yeah, I mean, immerse is what you have to do, right? Like you have to throw yourself in 100% in order to find the magic. And the cast made it a lot easier on me because they're all incredibly accepting and loving, as you see. So yeah.
Shelby, can I just say, Shelby, this was your first job, right? Out of drama school?
Yes.
Yeah. And so last season on her first day, it was our last day of shooting. It was the scene where she shows up and stabs Octavia.
She's here. Dioza? Hope. I couldn't get out of it. He has my mother. I'm so sorry, Octavia.
Octavia, what's happening?
Be brave. Tell him it's done. Knife!
Oh, no.
Find me.
Octavia. And it was like a 16 or a 17-hour day, which is ridiculous. And everybody was tired and everybody was cranky. And I feel like I had to apologize to her afterwards because on her first day of work, it was like the biggest show day we've ever had.
We started shooting at like 8 a.m., right?
Shouldn't have, but it did.
Better way to get introduced to the 100, though. That's
all uphill from there. But anyway, so I didn't really know how good she was going to be. I mean, I thought her auditions were great and she was really good in that scene, but it was like not a real good yardstick for what was going to be a very, very crucial role. And I have to say, like, you're such an interesting actor, and I feel like it feels like you've been doing this for forever, really. So you also saved our assets in just sort of showing up and being able to carry as much material as we gave you this year.
You made it very easy to love you, pal.
I've tried.
Yeah, you guys are referencing, obviously, you're on set, things are changing, and you film episodes out of order anyway. But this season has definitely been interesting to track as far as some of the not time travel, but jumping sort of back and forth chronologically, sort of seeing what happened. We jump a few weeks back, a few months back. So for all the cast, but mostly Marie, Tassia, and Shelby, because it's your characters a lot, has it been a little confusing at times to kind of chart?
I mean, the hair made it easier.
The hair, that's true.
Whenever I forgot what time zone, I'm like, what do I have on my head? Like, oh yeah, okay. No. It was that one episode when it was like 2 time zones parallel. That was a bit confusing, yeah. But
who wants to answer that one first?
Do you guys all have crazy writing on your trailer wall to try to track it?
They actually had a good one in the hair and makeup trailer that I would just that was my little cheat.
Yeah, it's like when you read the funnies in the morning and then there's the crossword puzzle and you can kind of okay, and then start your day like that.
So obviously everyone couldn't be here today, but we have a very special message we'd like to play from a couple of people you are definitely going to recognize.
Hi guys, Chuku here. Just wanted to jump on and say I'm so sorry that I couldn't participate in the panel. I really wish I could have been there. Thank you for watching the show. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for getting the show to season 7. Without you guys, this wouldn't be a thing for me. The show wouldn't be a thing. You guys are everything. So thank you. Stay healthy. Stay happy. Sending you love.
Hey guys, hope you're enjoying the 100 panel for Comic-Con at Home. I know that personally we've both had an amazing time at Comic-Con over the last 7 years representing the 100.
And it's been great getting to know all the fans over the last 7 years and seeing you all grow up into fine young adults. Hopefully, when it's safe to do so, we'll get to do it again.
Absolutely. Be safe out there, wear a mask.
I've got my hat.
Wear a hat. That's optional.
Optional.
And may we meet again. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you guys so much for that. I do have a couple fan questions I want to put in here for some folks. And so Donnie Lederer asked that how the show from the start had no qualms about killing off characters audiences had grown attached to. So he wanted to know, were any of you ever scared that the storyline was leaning that way for your character, or did you come to peace with that possibility early on that might be your path on the 100?
You gotta be at peace with it, for sure.
Am I the only one who like had kind of constant fear that I was about to get killed off?
Oh, I didn't know I was going to be so
I was like every script, every script that landed, I was like, it's today.
I was so hoping, Tassi, you were going to say, was I the only one that never had a fear I was going to get?
I felt pretty relaxed.
If I ever call you guys for anything, is that what you're thinking? Is this that call?
Yeah, I don't like seeing your name on my cell phone. I'm like, why is he calling me? I know I'm the Honda Civic that just keeps going. I see your phone number, I'm like, oof, what did I do now?
A Honda Civic that just keeps going.
Well, they do. They're great on gas. They keep going. They're consistent.
Oh yeah, those things
They're like golden retrievers.
I just remember season 4 when Raven was like losing her brain was deteriorating.
Mm-hmm.
People on the crew started saying goodbye to me. And I was like, should I be worried? Like I was
so
like,
mean.
I'm gonna die soon.
Shannon meditated and had a conversation with the universe. He knew he was safe. So
I made peace with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I died when I got stabbed. I wasn't sure, but you come into the show and you know that it's like an ensemble. There's such a big story. So, you know, Christopher gave me some advice on keeping that in mind, what the show is actually about. And you're ready to die. I thought I died for a while, but it's not personal.
Maybe Murphy in season 1 too. There were.
I thought you were going to kill me, or you called me to set 2 scenes before I had to shoot on my last day of shooting for season 1, and it was getting stabbed in the leg. And I was
what did I say to you?
This is going to get really bad. And they're like, Jason wants to talk to you on set. And I was like, oh, is it time to like do the scene? They're like, no. He just wants to talk to you. I was like, oh, he's going to kill me. For sure. Well, it was a good run. It was great. I thought you were going to go like, it's no longer your leg. It's going to go right into your neck. So thanks for sticking around for the first season. And then that was the day you told me you wanted me to be a series regular.
Aww.
Yeah.
I cried.
It was the opposite.
I kept watching because I was just dying for Murphy to die before I was on the show. And then I kept watching because I already liked Murphy. How did that happen?
We obviously have said goodbye to a lot of people along the way on the 100. And we actually have another video we're going to show you right now. You might recognize some of these faces.
Hey guys, it's me, Sarah Thompson, aka Josephine Lightborn, my better half. We're doing good. We're up here in TV heaven, and we're having a blast. But I miss you guys, I have to say. I'm here to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for all your love and support, not only for my character, but for me. Some of the people that I've met in this process, I have no words. I'm just so grateful that you guys exist, and I couldn't be happier to be a part of it. And I thank you. Thank you, and may we meet again.
Hey, it's Sinclair here. Just giving a shout out to all the fans. Thanks for all your support. Well, Sinclair met an early demise. At least he got a first name eventually, posthumously. And now, may we meet again. 1, 2, 3, grounder!
my friend, is game.
That, my friend, is poison sumac.
Jeez, Finn, thank you.
Don't worry, they're not dangerous. They're medicinal. Calming, actually.
Hey, you wear glasses?
Nope, 20/20 vision. Finn gave it to me. He said I look cool. No.
Okay, I gotta know what you two did to get busted.
Sumac's not the only herb in the garden, if you know what I mean.
Someone forgot to replace what we took.
Someone's apologized like 1,000 times.
Okay, you were saying?
Can we eat it? Guys, I'm kidding. Good. May we meet again.
Oh, hey there! You may recognize me from such seasons as 1 through 5 Harper McIntyre. What up, San Diego Comic-Con at-home version? I'm Chelsea Reese, sending you love from Vancouver, Canada. I haven't seen you in a while, not since season 5. But I've been following along because I'm also genuinely a fan of this show. So thank you, Jason Rothenberg. Thank you, CW Network. Thank you, Warner Brothers, for creating a show that makes me feel empowered, strong, and kick-ass as a female. I didn't know if I could swear there, I got quiet on it. Thank you for creating such a wild ride that makes me feel like 5 minutes into watching, I've just hit the treadmill at the gym. And thank you, fans, for following along in such a wild journey. Thank you for your support. Your support helped me grow, helped Harper grow, helped her love with Monty grow, which grew into Jasper, and, well, they saved humanity, so, I mean, you're welcome for that. Thank you, everyone involved. This truly has been an experience that I'll never forget. It's a lovely moment in my life, and I hope that it's a memorable one for you too. May we meet again.
The 100. Oh man. Wow. 7 seasons. That's amazing. When I think about the 100, I think about 3 things. I think about that pilot script and what Jason was able to put together there. It was so fresh. It was so new. It was like nothing I had read in any other pilot season. And I just, as soon as I read it, I knew that it was going to be, you know, extremely successful. And then as my auditioning process started to go along and it looked like I might actually have an opportunity to be on the show, I was really excited because it was just so unique and creative and just inspiring. And the second thing I think about is the cast. I mean, I can't name everybody, you know, but just Eliza and Bob and just so many people that I got the chance to spend time with when we were up there shooting, and they were just such great people, you know, just so hardworking, just so loving and so caring, and just such nice people. Devin, you know, hilarious. And the third thing, and the most important thing that I think about, and the thing that I always take with me and keep with me the most, are the fans. You guys have been so amazing and so supportive. You know, my run on the show, it was special to me, but it was, I feel like, even more special because you guys kept it alive and you guys made it special, and you guys continue to reach out and continue to tell me how much you loved Wells and you loved the character, and how much you know, that tone continued throughout the show and had an impact on the rest of the series. And so as an artist, you know, that really makes me happy. So I love you guys, you know, and it's been quite a journey. And yeah, all right, take care, all the best.
What's up, the 100 fans? It's your favorite character, Charles Pike. Don't try to deny it. We all know deep down inside, there's love for Pike. Listen, I just want to say quickly, thank you to Jason and for the writers for creating what I thought was an invigorating, electrifying, and layered character. I loved playing Charles Pike. I loved it. I really did. I love the cast. Many of you know some of them are very close friends of mine. The crew was awesome. I love Vancouver. Very professional up there. I'd work there anytime. And I want to thank you, the fans, for your passionate following of the show. And whichever way you went, you know, we know that 98.999% of you went against Charles Pike. It's okay, I'm an old man, I can take it. I'm glad that I had the opportunity to be a part of such a great show, and I hope you all enjoyed this send-off, because it's for you. So thank you very much, and you guys take care of yourselves.
What's up, what's up? It's your boy Zach McGowan here. You might know me as Roan, or Prince Roan, or King Roan, or one of those. Just sending love to the 100 fandom. Thank you for embracing me as a character and as a person, as a part of the fandom. It always means so much when people embrace you for not only your work, but for who you are in reality. So sending so much love your way, right back at you all. And, if you ever see me out and about, don't be afraid to say what's up. Until then, may we meet again.
Hi, everyone. This is Nadia, or Luna. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being such outstanding, amazing, supportive fans. And I miss you all, and I hope I'll see you all again. I'm so grateful for you. You taught me so much, and I love you all so freaking much. And thank you guys. May we meet again.
Hello, fans of the 100. I give you this message in a bit of a melancholy stage. It's been 7 seasons, 7 years. And I have to say that the 5 seasons that I contributed to that show and the portrayal of Jaha was probably one of the most giving and unforgiving challenges that I could have ever had as an artist. It's a wonderful treatise on what human beings can do, the hard decisions that have to be made to survive as humankind. I like to think that we were ahead of the curve in making statements on how we can survive and move forward and do what we do best. And that is to find love, to find the common ground, and to move forward. And we did that. I'm proud of that. And I'd just like to say, may we meet again. Love you. Thank you all for all the support. Ciao.
Hi everyone, it's Alicia. We've all gone through a lot with this show, and I'm sad that it's coming to an end. This was such a hugely important part of my life, of my career, and so much of that is because of you guys. We couldn't have done this show without you. You're the most incredible fans, and I feel so honored to be a part of a show that was spearheaded with the most extraordinary, passionate, loyal, loving fans. I think this entire cast, the crew of the 100, has been the most extraordinary family. And they're the most talented, wonderful people. And we have the most talented, wonderful, beautiful fans. And although the show is coming to an end, I think we've all really shared something so special that is going to live on and on for a really long time. I just thank you so much for supporting me, and I feel very honored and grateful that I got to play Lexa. And although we went through a big journey with her, she lives on in you guys, and I'm forever grateful for that. So sending lots of love. Hope you're all staying safe, and may we meet again.
Hi. Welcome to Comic-Con 2020. Doesn't get more sci-fi than this, does it? With any journey, let's start at the beginning. Brilliant visionary, Jason Rothenberg. That vision was translated to writers, equally as brilliant, who wrote words for an incredible cast, who took those words and brought them to life. Here's where you come in. You guys, You were able to hear what we were saying. You were able to relate to what we were saying. Biggest part of that, you were heard. We couldn't have done it without you. I was heard, every actor was heard, no matter if it wasn't the same sci-fi vision, we were all heard. We couldn't have done it without you. Everyone knows that. So with complete gratitude and love, I say thank you for hearing me. Thank you for letting my message, Jason Rothenberg's, all of the writers, all of the actors, thank you. We couldn't have done it without you. Brilliant line, hope is everything. Truly. Keep your hope. Not may we meet again. We will meet again.
So we have another fan question here from Mikey SR99, who asked, did you take anything from set? I know one of you did, because we saw...
Show us.
There we go.
I'll see you, Murphy, and raise you one flame box.
Ah.
So you have the flame box?
As was the one thing I wanted.
Alexa fell.
The one that no.
I want my sword. Damn it! I want my sword.
This is so lame, but I took a
I think
spoon.
I have some other stuff.
A spoon. Yeah.
It was a wooden spoon that we ate jellyfish with. It was so cool. It was like
it's a space spoon.
First,
I want this spoon. This spoon is mine.
Eric, it's funny that question came up because right before we started, I moved recently here, and now I've got a yard, and as I'm sort of planning this yard, this is from last season, but Josie, who
Miss Josie.
one of our wardrobes. She the human being on just but she took the shot from last season, and that was Russell Prime chilling, and I'm trying to find those chairs. So I'm googling Buddhist meditation. I'm googling the 100 Russell Prime lounge chair yard. That didn't work either.
Yeah, right.
I wish that I had stolen those.
Yeah.
I wish I had stolen those.
Oh, you wanted those, man. Those stayed outside the entire season, no matter what.
Yeah,
those things are just pure mold at this point. You don't
Yeah,
want.
they're stinky.
Good point.
And you do not
I
want.
took home my Raven iconic orange jacket from season 1.
Hell yeah.
And I took my leg brace. Which
Oh, wow.
which I won a bronze.
Your leg brace?
I want one of
You're
my.
the only one that got nothing.
Lori, gotta get you something.
I did 100 episodes of the 100, and all I got was this T-shirt that I made myself.
I have Echo
that was-
jacket, but I also went to get everybody's chair backs. So I have all of your chair backs.
What? I'm so regretful if you're not
She's
grabbing
just
that.
stealing stuff.
Yeah.
She'll sell them to you each.
That's so
Hey, Jason,
you.
it's
It's
your
awesome.
job. Give me my sword. I'm telling you now, and there's witnesses now.
Richard, I never took that fly jacket. That Murphy.
I mean, I could go looking for it.
Okay.
I'll come with you. I'm
I
really
won't stop you.
Ass, I think you have enough stuff.
Probably like 12.
for emotional support.
So I have a funny question here from Ashmosis1 at Ashmosis1, who asks a question where I feel like the answer has to be no unless you're psychic, but I still kind of want to know your answer, which is, judging by your first day, did you think the story would become what it is today?
Yes.
I had no idea what was going
0%
Can I get a hell no?
Not even in my craziest no.
There's never been a bigger no that I could give you in my life. No.
We have another question here from at BTS Comics, who asked, what is your favorite thing to do on set while on break?
Eat Nutella.
Tassia's answer is eat Nutella.
I'll let you guys answer for me because we don't know.
Takes like scoops of Nutella, puts it in the cup.
Nala was a puppy, so I just run back and try and make sure I walked her because I was worried she was going to wreck the trailer. I had like these grass patches that I brought in, and I was worried she would do something like pee or poop in the wrong place. But I'd bring like exercise bands and like a sword and things to practice like an instrument or martial arts or stretch, but I never did it. We used to sit in the sun and like chat to Richard. Richard's always outside entertaining people, having a chat and a cigarette.
Yeah. See, that was what I was like, I can't really say mine. I don't want to influence the kids.
Even when Richard
JR and I would hug sometimes.
Yep. I would hug back. Even when Richard wasn't, even if you were working a date, sometimes I'd just come out to check. Is he here?
Yeah. I was always around. I'm going to go there later today.
And JR, we know you like relaxing in those chairs.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a playground on Sanctum.
We did the
swing set. That was my fave, or the hammocks.
That set was spectacular. Sanctum really was. You couldn't, in sixth season, I think we all sort of felt that when we first walked on, it was like, oh, yeah.
So, guys, as we near the end here, I had a couple last group questions. Anyone jump in questions? First off, which is this show obviously has very, loving fans. People have really connected to these characters. What's that been like for you to interact with them and sort of see how much they have connected to these people through the years, or recently, if you joined the show more recently?
It's a whole new world for me.
Yeah, Shelby, how's it been for you?
Yeah, that's what I was like, I want to hear it for you, Shelby, because you're the
I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's I thought it would be more overwhelming than it is, but because you want to be liked, and I just had no idea what it would be like to have this much attention. But it's all positive things, and the fans are so sweet. So I don't know. It's pretty great.
Mm-hmm. There's something beautiful. I mean, this ties into where we are in the world right now and what's going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, that made it easier for me to kind of.
Yeah, our demographic, I believe, and it was, is of the younger generation more so, I would say, right? Everybody would agree.
Yeah.
And they are the ones that have a lot more figured out than some others. So it's unbelievably positive. I think we all agree, right? Unbelievably positive, unbelievably loving. And the amazing thing is they see through all the crap that has been written for these characters over the 7 years and what it looks like dark and horrifying things to do. But Jason's always beautifully kind of done that yang to the yin, which is the love that's behind it and the struggle and the very human sort of thing that I think that the fans of the 100 absolutely relate to, and they see it in this world as well that's going on right now.
I would say that myself and the writers, we are the lightning rods. They get all the love they deserve, and we take we will take the blame for the things that people maybe aren't as happy about sometimes. So my Twitter feed's not always in love like theirs is.
I will say though that it was interesting when we first made it, because especially in season 1, because it was kind of like, at least for me, it was my first big like primetime show, and I didn't really know what it was going to be like or what it was going to look like. And then it came out, and we got such this really great response, the sense of we were doing something really new, and then we started doing like the fan conventions, which is a whole nother world in itself, where we actually got to meet people that saw it. And it's crazy because when you're on set and you're filming, you're kind of in a bubble. Like, crew watches you, or you have your castmates, everyone knows you and they're seeing what you're making. Like, it's like you're watching the sausage get made. You're not really impressed by the sausage. You're like, this is it. Or like, we're just trying things out. And then when you get to meet people that it has impacted their lives in such a way to where they're so passionate about a story and about these characters and the people that make them and play it, it really was mind-blowing and really was you know, like, wow, my art, Jason's art, all of our art has touched people's lives in significant ways. So it suddenly became more than just like, we're making a TV show. It was more like, we're creating art, and this art is like, I feel like when I portray and I act and portray Raven, I give a bit of my heart in that, because it's a bit of me in Raven. And when other people can accept that and accept you into their heart, it's a really, it can be a really beautiful thing. So I'm really happy about the positive impact the show has made on a lot of people, and really empowered a lot of people, especially a lot of young girls out there. So I'm really proud of this show and this legacy that the 100 has created and is.
Sometimes you get to meet people at the conventions, and they tell you their story of how they've dealt with, they've gone through sicknesses, or they've found their life partner through being in the fandom together. And then you get these stories, and you have to like walk away because you're suddenly crying, and you're supposed to be chatting to everyone all cheerfully, and it rocks you. It's a curveball. You also feel a bit weird taking all that love, because it's like, I didn't write this. It's a full show made by many people, a big cast, a crew that's there day and night. But you try and channel their story, or what they're going through, or who they are. And when you're doing these characters, you're channeling that story. A piece of you is in there, but you're also channeling something outside of yourself, above, below yourself, whatever it may be. But, you know, fandoms, I've gone through different shows like Degrassi, Carmilla, Shadowhunters. They have fandoms, and you experience them being there, and then them not being there, and then them being loving, and then them suddenly being very hateful, or seeing your cast have all these hateful words, and how they deal with that. And I admire a lot of the cast, seeing how they've dealt, and Jason, how they've dealt with the ups and downs of how people respond to things. And that's part of the courage of jumping into this sphere, I guess, is you have to be okay with being judged. You're liked or you're not liked. And sometimes we're really liked, but that can suddenly, this fine line between love and hate, suddenly people don't like you a lot. And there's a lot of pressure. So you just try and just stay in your own zone as to what you're doing and who you are, but it gets confusing. And then suddenly you're humbled by meeting these people at these conventions, and you get to touch. That's why I'm glad we're doing this, but it is really wonderful to get to connect with people in person. And it feels, just so you know, when we do meet you, we're trying to channel everything, but it's so fast. You're trying to get to chat to everyone. And I'm trying to give you, I don't know anything about you. I'm trying to be, I don't know you, but I'm trying to know you right now. But it is a special thing for us to get to chat to everyone. And we would, you know, having been on some things that don't have a big support base, it is, the show is completely different without the fandom, without the people sharing their relation, their experience, how they connect to the show. You are a huge part of all of this. So I thank you. Thank you. It's been a short run for me, but it's been very inspirational to see everyone before, now, and after, you know, to see everyone working and to connect with you all.
Well, it's completely synergetic, isn't it? Like, an actor needs an audience. And going back on what you said about, you know, the fear of not being liked sometimes, it's like that can get in the way. But paradoxically, that's also why people who watch it fall in love with a character, is because they're human. And it's a mirror, and they see, oh, they're flawed, and I still have an attraction to them for some reason. And there's like a sense of accepting of who you are when you see that, when you see a life played out that you can relate to. That's why acting is like the world's most personal art form, in my opinion.
I think it's also just story. Like, I think we as humans naturally gravitate to story because it's easier for us to comprehend our lives. Like, I think we're always trying to understand ourselves more, our lives more, our world more, each other more. And when we see stories, they inspire us or motivate us or resonate with us. And, you know, it's very, like Shelby was saying, it's deeply personal. And, you know, like I said, I'm very proud of everything we've been able to create over the last 7 years.
Cassie, I think you were going to say something a minute ago.
Oh, I mean, I was just going to build on that kind of synergistic relationship that one makes with the audience, because it definitely came as a surprise to me. I didn't realize how much inspiration I was going to receive from the audience, and how much love and support and enthusiasm, and that together we've done a lot of beautiful things, you know, as a collective because of the show. You know, we have Eliza's school in Kotal. We have like Sachin's anti-bullying campaign. We have all like Lindsay, you do work in mental health, and everybody has, you know, something that they're standing for, and charities and organizations, and fans have come up to me and they've, you know, decided to raise money to save like pandas in Japan, and all of these beautiful gifts, because there's so much enthusiasm and so much love and so much support behind us from the show. So that's been just a huge part of the joy of being a part of this series.
Absolutely. I just think equality is so important, and I'm just so happy to be proud, and I know all of you and my wonderful castmates that I've had the wonderful opportunity, and Jason, you as well, and everybody else behind the scenes that have just made this collaboration work, to be part of a diverse show that's been diverse since day one. So I think that's really important, and I'm really proud to be a part of that team, 100%.
Badass women too.
Guys, we are all out of time, but I want to thank you so much for being here today. Thanks for everyone watching. The 100, of course, airs on Wednesday nights. We got a few more weeks to find out how it's all going to end. Very excited to see it. Guys, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Bye, guys. I miss you all.
I miss you guys.
welcome to Comic-Con at Home. My name is Jeff Spry. I'm a writer for Sci-Fi Wire, and I'll be your host for Invader Zim Conquers Everything, where we'll be talking with an impressive panel of authors and creators involved with the Invader Zim universe, from the Oni Press Comics, Nickelodeon's animated series, Invader Zim movie Enter the Floorpus, and a new Art of Invader Zim book. So first, let me introduce everyone here. We have Eric Trueheart and Aaron Alexovich from the Invader Zim show and comics. We've got Drew Rausch, Zim writer and artist, and Chris McDonald, author of the new Abrams book, The Art of Invader Zim. So how's everybody doing today?
Not bad, not bad.
Pretty good.
Very good.
Excellent.
It's fine.
So,
Nothing hurts.
First question I've got for everyone. Invader Zim seems more alive now than ever. What do you attribute the intense fan love for Invader Zim, and why has it remained so relevant in pop culture?
Just the cruelty of the universe, I think. It's just it's the darkness in all of our souls.
In a just universe, this would have disappeared decades ago, but the universe is not a just place. So.
Yeah, it's a tenacious thing. I think it's the audience. It's the people that kept it alive all these years. It just tapped into some kind of strange energy back in 2001, and people have kept it going since then. And it's a surprise to all of us, really, that this simple thing that only lived for a year and a half is still out there, just still kicking.
Yeah. I also think there might be something to the fact that when we were making that show, we weren't making a kids show necessarily. We were making a show for all the demented sensibilities of us on the staff. And I think because of that, it's a show that you can discover when you're a kid and then you come back to it when you're an adult. And it's hopefully just as entertaining and just as twisted, because we were really trying to make ourselves laugh. And if kids laughed too, that was fine.
It's a bonus.
And it seems like Invader Zim really forged a path for edgier, darker humor. And what do you think the legacy of Invader Zim is, looking back 20 years and seeing how animation has developed?
I actually think Zim was pretty unique. I don't know that a whole lot of things are like it now. I think maybe there are some things in adult animation that we influence, but kids animation seems to have veered off in a different direction than Zim.
I mean, Jonah.
I like to think that we're trailblazers, but I don't see a whole lot of Zim out there. I feel like it's still a niche that could be filled today.
It was a unique path, a unique fork off the main road there.
Yeah, like everyone's terrified to follow in our footsteps. Well, probably because it was a huge failure.
Yeah, Jonan Vasquez's sensibility does not always translate well to anything that he doesn't do. So you don't see us on PBS. or you never. There was no dark, disturbing shows on the Hub, as far as I know. It was pretty unique. I mean, I think you can feel the influence in more adult animation, like Aaron said.
Yeah, like Rick and Morty, I think, has a little bit of that Zimmy feel to it. There's been other shows, but kid stuff. It took a different direction. It went into that like Fairly Odd Parents direction, I think, right after us.
Right. So let's just dive right into the new book. On July 28th, Abrams is releasing The Art of Invader Zim, which is this amazing volume of production art, storyboards, never-seen sketches, all spawned from Zim creator Jonan Vasquez's twisted brain. Chris and Aaron, can you take us through a little bit of how that project began and what fans can expect inside this new book?
How did it begin? Yes, it was over a year ago in terms of the book actually being produced. As I do with these kind of book projects, I come out to the studio and I spend a week or so researching and digging through the archives, which is absolutely my favorite part. Plus talking to artists such as Aaron, Jonan, and the crew of Florpus who were there at the time. It was kind of like a skeleton crew. Oh no, actually the whole movie was kind of made up with a skeleton crew, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very small crew.
Right. And then some people from the original series came in to do interviews, and I of course followed up after the fact. And Aaron, what else is there to say in terms of that?
I mean, I just read the book the other day. I finally got a copy of it, and I was just blown away by how dense it is. Like how much stuff you managed to dig up. It is a really beautiful, just stuffed tome that I think people are really going to love. And it was almost like going through a yearbook for me because, you know, I've been with Invader Zim since the very beginning. So going through that book was like, it's bringing back so many memories for me. I guess when most people look through a yearbook, they're like, oh, there's my best friend. There's all these experiences I had. Me, it's like, look at this hideous child that I drew. Look at these horrible monsters. It's beautiful memories for me.
Well, that's an awesome compliment for the book. Thank you very much. I actually was thinking about how I make these books because I've done a couple of these about different animated series, and I think I've sort of come to think of them almost like a zine, you know, putting it together through just without much of a central like guiding concept besides like I'm just going to dig into what I find and then try to process through it and then just put it on the page. And so dense is definitely one of the objectives, getting as much in there as possible.
I think we have a picture of the cover and some of the interior artwork. There we go, Chris.
Yeah, and if the picture comes up, that's fine too. Yeah.
Yes. Woo!
There we go.
Magic.
In compiling the artwork and researching the material, Chris and Aaron, did you discover any surprising things you had forgotten about, or Aaron had forgotten about, or some little known facts from the cartoon series or the animated feature?
You know, I hadn't seen a lot of Jonan's like original sketches of it. One of the things that surprised me most was that there's actually in one of his old comics, I don't know if it was Squee or Johnny, I think it was Squee, there's actually a drawing of a little alien character in there that is just exactly Invader Zim. That character must go back to like 1995 or something. It was just really shocking to see that. So it was kind of fun to see the development of things even before I arrived on the series.
Yeah, I could do a little show and tell there.
Yeah, there he is.
This is an early Zim right there. It says little green guy next to it. And then on the opposite page, that's a cropped comic page, but it does have that same alien guy there, which is basically Zim. So.
And one of the image we're looking at right now, the character attitude reference guide. These reference guides are hilarious. Aaron and Chris, can you guys talk a little bit about the complexity of the character designs and how it seems very simple, the design, however, it's incredibly imaginative and complex.
Yeah, the designs look pretty simple, but they are actually very difficult to animate in a lot of ways. I think it's mostly because of the harsh angles on them. Jonan was very specific about the proportions and the exact angles he wanted in every character. And that was sometimes hard to translate the studio overseas. So we'd get stuff coming back that looked really wonky. And when you're dealing with someone as specific as Jonan is, there's a lot of back and forth that happens. I was telling Chris way back when that some of the designs didn't even make sense to me 100% until I saw them realized in 3D form when action figures started coming out. Like Gaz's hair is the one that really sticks out to me. The way that sort of weird shell goes around it never really made sense dimensionally to me, and we just kind of like fudged it during the development of the series. But as soon as I had that action figure on my hand, years later, I was like, yeah, of course, this makes sense.
There's some nice, I know this was online too, but there's some, this is a nice layout of the comparisons of where the main characters went from the series to Florpus, the TV movie. you know. So there was a lot of, I know Aaron can speak to that too, right? Because
yeah,
well, designer.
I worked on the series and the movie, and one of the things I wanted to do with the movie, and that Jonan also wanted to do, was to nail down some of these designs so that they made a little bit more sense dimensionally. And Gaz's hair was one of the big ones. It's like that actually has some logic to it now, and I think she looks way cooler now. Pretty much everything in the movie looks cooler than the original series, because you know you always want to up your game, right? What do you hope readers take away from this book while they ingest the imagination and detail that went into the making of Invader Zim? Oh, I guess I just want them to appreciate all the work that went into it, you know, because it was a tremendous lot of work to try to serve such a specific vision. You know, it wasn't like any other cartoon before or since, and so that takes a little more fussing than things that sort of feel like they're more off the shelf, you know. And I just want people to see the blood, sweat, and tears that went into that. And I think Chris's book does that, because it's just so full of the back and forth.
I was feeling, looking at some of the layout drawings, among other things, and thinking of the cruel irony that this was all broadcast in standard definition.
Right. Yeah.
Because there is just so much line work and precision and just technical ability across the board that I had no idea until I went and dug into this, you know, and really got to see it up close.
Well,
so that's why there's a lot of it in here.
Yeah, you almost need to see those old episodes in HD to really appreciate them. So I don't know what we were thinking.
So let's move on. So Oni Press's monthly Invader Zim series ended this spring with issue 50, and I think we have a picture image of the cover and some artwork for issue number 50. Looking back over the 5-year run of the Invader Zim comics with Oni Press, what stands out most for you guys? What are you left with? What do you take away?
Drew, do you want to start with that one? Okay.
No.
I'll start. As someone who, you know, wrote on the original show, it was actually a lot of fun to go back and revisit the characters, and also to be able to drop in and do little oddball things that we never would have been able to do on the show. You know, we had a story called Star Donkey, which probably would not have been approved. And it was an opportunity to just title something Star Donkey and have the characters say Star Donkey a lot during it. And because we didn't have the elaborate, you know, executive approval process, we had one person from Nickelodeon saying yes or no, and we had Jonan giving his blessing or not on things. It was such a more streamlined process than the original show. And so, you know, and one of the other things that it gave me the opportunity to do is revisit a couple of script ideas that never made it into the series, but we were able to do as comics. So technically there are a couple of lost episodes thrown around in there, including the brand new Zim Quarterly is technically a lost episode, Gur's Big Day, which we can talk about when we get there.
Right. Real quick, Drew, I'd like to hear your thoughts about your involvement with the series, and especially Pop Goes the Skeleton, which is like, I love that. And
it's a great issue.
What are your experiences with it, with Invader Zim, and how do you carry it sort of with you in your life?
In my heart, always.
In a sack, stuck in his face, like a fleshy sack that's connected to his body, and he has to drain it periodically.
Yeah, it's a whole process. I mean, I grew up on Johnny and Squee. Like, you know, I was like a spooky kid, and all those comics, like all those indie books, kind of appealed to me. And then, like, fast forward a few more years, and I was working in a video store, and somebody came in with a videotape. And we taped this new cartoon off Nickelodeon. It's called Invader Zim. And I think for like a week straight, we played that thing like in the store, like just on rotate. So eventually it had just kind of,
oh God,
yeah, it was like a tumor had formed. It was
Yeah.
a shaped tumor. But you know, and I kind of got to know and become friends with a lot of people that worked on the show. So it's sort of been like a part of my life, like just randomly. I don't know. And then getting to work on the comic has actually been really fun. I mean, I got to do a couple covers, and I did issue 41. So like, I don't know, it kind of all came full circle. Like, oh, I finally got to work on Invader Zim.
There we go. There's your handiwork.
There it is. Hideous.
I love that cover.
Yeah, great. I like that we've all decided that Dib's hair has bones in it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I actually had to like you know, make sure that was canon. Like I think I actually had asked Aaron, I was like, "Is the bone actually in his hair?" And he's like, "Yeah, God, cool." Because otherwise, it was just gonna look like a random skeleton.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I just wanted to do a story where there wasn't going to be a lot of talking, because Eric and Jonan have such a unique voice to these characters that if I tried to emulate it, it would just kind of fall flat. So it was like, all right, well, I'll just do a skeleton, and the skeleton won't talk. Just be sight gags.
It speaks for itself just in the gaze and the giant hair bone on top of its head. I think it communicates a lot to the audience in ways that words never could.
That's high praise. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that wasn't meant
the
to
skeleton is coming out of his face will haunt me forever, Drew.
As long as I could do my part.
That's one of the best episodes.
So the first Invader Zim quarterly was just released June 17th.
Yep.
Gur's big day. And Eric, I think you mentioned that this was based on an unaired or an unproduced script from the show. How did this special issue story evolve? And what are some of your favorite jokes and gags you were able to finally bring to life in this?
Well, how did it evolve in a pit of primordial soup that collected underneath my bed? I don't know. I think. Well, what happened was Oni Press came to us and said we're transitioning to quarterly, which to me was like, great. That means I don't have to pull my hair out coming up with as many stories. But they asked if there was anything we wanted to do, and one of the things that they were doing was giving it more pages because they figure it's coming out less often. People may as well get a larger dose of Zim at one time, which hopefully will just live inside them and sustain them for the next 3 months. And I knew that, I don't know what I knew, but I knew that like if I pulled Gur's Big Day out of the pile, that was a show. It wasn't even unproduced. It was like unapproved, really. It was one of these premises that I kicked around for ages and kept running up the ladder, and they kept saying, yeah, so but what happens in it? And I'd be like, a lot of random goofy stuff, and I get kidnapped by an animal testing lab and blah, and yeah, but what happens in it? What is his arc? And the thing about Gur is that, Gur is a character that's very resistant to arcs because of all the characters who not only don't change, but don't or change so fast that even the idea of an arc is ridiculous. It's Gur. So I saw this comic as an opportunity to not only revisit that story, but revisit it in a format that was going to support how random it was and weird and goofball, because, Gur is broken and he never can stay on task. He basically has attention deficit of one kind or another. And I wanted to show what happened. This is probably even going back to one of the early stories where Zim calls for Gur, maybe it's in Saucer Morons, and you cut to Gur who's in a disco dancing with a bunch of girls. And there's sort of this question of how did Gur get there? So in my mind, Gur lives a very large life outside of what he does for Zim. And so to follow Gur outside of the house and go through this incredibly elaborate series of adventures that Zim has no idea about kind of spoke to me as part of the legend of Gur. And I thought it would be fun to just embrace the stupid, as Jonan likes to say. And
yeah, it's probably the most chaotic Zim thing that we've made yet.
Which is perfect for Gur.
Yeah, it should be. Mm-hmm.
And Aaron did a, if I may say, with him here, which will be awkward. Yes, okay. He did an amazing job on the art. Aaron has a way of drawing comic frames that are just invoke the funny, invoke laughing without even reading a word that it says. And so when I did the layouts or specified frames and whatnot, or panels rather, in there, I kind of knew in my head how Aaron was going to be able to wrap his art brain around it. And that was a real fun bonus.
Well, thank you. It was a really fun issue to work on. It's so different from all of the other issues because, you know, it's GER based. So in some way it almost feels happier. It's more happy-go-lucky, more goofy, which it isn't Zim. It's the least screamy issue I think we've ever done.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way, but yeah, I think I even added GER screaming something in the revision because I think sometimes there wasn't enough screaming in it.
There's just no anger in this thing.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of that, and one of my favorite parts is the berry, the aliens that look like blueberries that bought the spaceship that looks like a pie and they didn't realize it. I still wake up every morning laughing about that. That's just some phenomenal stuff.
It's funny, we probably wouldn't have been able to do that on the series, right? Because those guys are being devoured by
literally being eaten alive by GER.
Yeah, I don't think we could have done that on the show.
A good thing that they're so horrible. I mean, they're just vicious, violent berry aliens bent on capturing.
Yeah, well, look, they're just berries.
Yeah, angry pirate Klingon berries, and you know, vicious warlike creatures who devastate planets and leave a streak of juice in their wake every time.
Yeah, they had it coming.
They did. They really did. And also, we were able to cut away to the salesman who sold them the pie ship, which we never been able to do. You know, so
they're like, yeah, how did they not notice?
Yeah, they didn't notice. I know, right?
How do you guys keep the humor and violence consistent in all the franchise's iterations? And what's the trick to maintaining sort of a chemistry and synchronicity?
I mean, I had GER rip off the arms of a skeleton, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I had to really dial back. I really struggled with, well, should the skeleton also be wearing his internal organs? And you know, is that something that would be approved? And I remember Robin saying, "Yeah, that would be fine, but we have to leave out the TLC joke." And it's like, oh, yeah, there was a TLC joke. I don't remember what it was, but she was like, Jonan wouldn't like that. And I was like, okay.
Oh. The band or the?
Yeah, the band.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
I don't know. I mean, you know, there's always a certain level of horror in all of it, but it gets put through a certain cartoon filter that puts a distance on it. You know, so for example, you can have GER literally eating a live race of giant berries, but if they had been, you know, and there's juice flying everywhere, which is their blood, if you think about it. But the point is, you don't think about it because they're berries, and that's very cartoony, you know. And I think we also draw a lot of inspiration from just general dark stuff in general, like the evil darkness trapped on the moon. But every time we do something horrible, but the evil darkness trapped on the moon is in the issue. You'll have to buy it and read it, or steal it and read it, or, you know.
Didn't you guys in issue 2 blow up an entire planet?
Did we? I think we've done that so many times.
Doesn't the Star Donkey destroy all of reality?
He kicks. Yeah, he does. The Star Donkey actually kicks the Earth into the sun, but then there's an immediate reset button that has not been explained to this day. But just with Zim saying, "Hey, remember the time?" or Dib saying, "Remember the time you wanted to do that thing, and I told you not to do a thing, and then everything got destroyed." And Zim says, "No," and we're back to normal. So. There's something about the cartoon reset button that can make a lot of things okay.
We need that for this year.
That you should push things as dark as you want it to be and let somebody else tell you to pull it back.
Yeah. The Invader Zim plague issue of the comic has not come out yet. And I don't think that's in the works, but
I mean, this is a TV series that had Zim stealing organs from children. I mean, it gets pretty dark, you know.
Yeah. Pulling the eyes out of a character, replacing them with robot eyes.
Yeah.
But, you know, even then, that was in silhouette, and
it's
not like we saw entrails coming off the back of the eyes. It was very cartoony, popped out. So I think it's cartoony representations of incredibly horrible ideas that maybe make it work.
Are you guys surprised that the humor that worked in it almost 20 years ago still works 20 years later? Because a lot of humor doesn't work that way, but this type of humor still does, even more so, I believe, today. What do you guys think?
Huh. I wasn't surprised until you mentioned it, because I hadn't thought of it that way.
I think there's always a place for dark humor. I think even for kids, you know, I think even kids have that appetite for laughing at the things that scare them or the things that they find uncomfortable. And I think we don't lean into that enough as creators necessarily.
Yeah.
So when something like Zim shows up, it's bound to build a cult audience because people are hungry for that kind of thing.
And I think also, as I was saying earlier, the fact that we had a crew of very sort of funny people, like the artists and the writers, and who were basically working to make themselves laugh. Like Jonan wouldn't let something through unless he thought it was genuinely funny. Whereas, you know, over the years, you end up working on one show or another where they just sort of feel like, oh, a joke goes here. This will be fine. And kids will laugh at this. You know, we don't want to do something that kids won't laugh at, even if we don't think it's funny. So I think having that adult sensibility behind it means it sort of scales forward. You know, you like it when you're a kid and you come back to it when you're an adult. And, you know, when I was a kid, I grew up watching Looney Tunes, and that always seemed like a window into the adult world, because clearly they were doing that to make themselves laugh. So
right. You mean those Humphrey Bogart jokes weren't for kids?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Well, and most people forget that a lot of those Warner Brothers cartoons were put in the middle of a Humphrey Bogart double feature that you went to the movies to see. No one watched those on television, so they were the only place you could see them was in movie theaters, which was mostly during an adult double feature or adult matinee or some sort of a screening of a more mature movie. So a lot of the jokes were sophisticated. There's Eddie Cantor jokes in it that I don't know.
We should get some of those into Zim, Eric.
To this day, I don't know what alum is, but I think, you know, Elmer Fudd swallowed a bunch of it at one point and his head shrank down tiny, you know.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think that's the one thing about the show, and probably why it's lasted so long, is that it's one of those cartoons that you kind of had to really pay attention to, or like you missed the joke. Like, because there was just so much chaotic energy happening that if you weren't actively watching it, like it went like right over your head.
Right. Yeah. I think it lends itself to the digital era too, because
it's a rewatch value.
Yeah. And like go step through it and find all the background gags. You know, you wouldn't have been able to do that back in the day.
Yeah, the board artists were really kind of let off the chain for that show. Because there were some incredibly funny board artists who, when I would write something and Jonan would then, you know, would give it to them and whatnot, that they knew they were going to be up until 4 a.m. boarding it, but it was something so cool that they'd never had a chance to storyboard that they just dove into it and threw every last hilarious thing into it, you know, and Steve Russell encouraged that too. So I think that really shows.
I read a bunch of really crazy fan theories tied to Invader Zim. And I don't know if
they're all true.
If you guys have heard, there's the Buzz Lightyear and the Zerg, and another one about freaking reproduction and alien chest bursters. What are some of your favorite fan theories about the show that you've read or heard about or heard rumored?
I just love all the cancellation rumors that you hear over years.
Because Gur was like filled with blood or something. That was
my favorite
what I grew up
one
on.
Keeps coming up is Bloody Gur is what got us canceled. It was just like a subliminal one frame Gur covered in blood that got us yanked off the air. And I believe he is in there though, isn't he?
It is, yeah. It might even be in more than one, but the idea of that one frame that nobody saw, like got sent up the Viacom ladder to Sumner Redstone's office, you know. Heads will roll. No, that's not it. In terms of fan theories about stuff in the show, I haven't heard many. I try to avoid them because they're almost all wrong. So I don't like to get in the middle. I don't want to crush somebody's dreams, and I also don't want to get annoyed by how ridiculous something is.
There's a Jimmy Neutron one also about of the characters in Jimmy Neutron align with the characters in that.
Right. Do you remember that, Eric? We were making fun of Jimmy Neutron in one of those episodes.
Were we? I know we were mad at Jimmy Neutron because we couldn't do the pants episode.
That's what it was. It was the pants thing. You should tell. I love this story. Thing.
Yeah. And quick plug for me. I recently published a book called The Medium-Sized Book of Zim Scripts Volume 1. And it's available on BookBaby and Amazon. But I cover the whole
perfect companion to the art book, actually.
Perfect companion. And also to get back to Oni Press, we did a lost episode called Pants, and it was in issue 8, which I believe is in the second volume of the trade collection, if you want to see a genuine lost episode. And it was basically going to be Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but with pants. A race of alien pants were coming to Earth and had made an alignment with Zim to take everything over. Dib has left town and come back to discover everyone wearing really disgusting, veiny, like H.R. Giger designed pants. And demanding they put them on to be fashionable, but clearly they've taken over their minds. And it was going to end with this amazing Dance Dance Revolution style dance off between Zim in a pair of robo pants and Dib wearing the leader of the pants called the Uber trouser. And it came together really well. And Nickelodeon said no. And we said, well, why not? And they said, well, Jimmy Neutron is doing a Christmas special called When Pants Attack, so you can't do this. And we
can't have too many cartoons with pants.
Yeah, isn't that called corporate synergy right there?
Right.
Crossover.
Let's make a deal with with J. Crew. I don't know. And we said, but it's first of all, it's you can have more than one pants story on a network. And said, no, we can't. And I said, well, it's going to be almost 9 months to a year before we're even done. No one's going to remember that. I said, no, you can't do that. And I said, and then Jonan said, which I think scored us a lot of points. He said, but it's Jimmy Neutron. It's not like it's anything anyone cares about. So, and that's
we were lovely people.
Didn't win anybody over. So I detailed the whole story in the book. But yeah, as far as us, carrying a facetious resentment of Jimmy Neutron. We actually, in the big picture, didn't hold anything against Jimmy Neutron.
But I did do a drawing of like a Jimmy Neutron style character that was supposed to like be stuck in a tank in Zim's lair or something, and it was just this grotesque kid. He was kind of like the most horrible cartoon character ever. He was replaced with something else eventually, but yeah, I still have that drawing.
Oh wow, you should be watching that.
What's next on the horizon for more Zim quarterly comics? Maybe another animated feature, or perhaps another cartoon series revival. Anything on in the works?
We will be doing an animated feature in the comics. It will be you open the comic and the movie will play for 66 minutes.
Awesome.
No, I don't know. Aaron, you were talking before I joked over you. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to give you the incredible insight that I have not heard anything.
The quarterlies will continue, obviously, and the next one will be out in the fall, correct? Can you tease any bit about that?
Well, I'm not as up on issues 2 and 3 or the next issues. Actually, I don't know what order they are now. I am writing a Christmas episode. Christmas issue, which will have some sort of expand stories that maybe we've only heard of, like what happened to the little Santa device that Zim used once it got ejected into space, and also a little bit of background on Membrane versus Santa Claus and why he built the Santa Arsenal. I hope it's entertaining for people who even aren't that intimately familiar with the first episode. It's not going to be quite as goofy as the Gurr story, but we're looking forward to that.
Well, I've read your draft and it is pretty goofy.
Okay, well, fair enough. I'm just got there with my teeth gritted and holding back the tears as I write it. So.
And I'm going to be drawing that one. So
yeah.
I guess it's a few shorts, and I might not be doing all of them. But it's cool that we're going back into the Christmas area, though, because that episode of the original series is like everybody's favorite. People keep mentioning that one to me. Like they watch it every year with their kids. It's a wonderful life, apparently.
That's sweet.
I'm glad you're going to explore Membrane's hatred of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have a little inner conflict on that because, well, I don't want to get too much into it.
No.
Let's just say belief in Santa is kind of inherently unscientific. So how does he reconcile that?
Last question for you guys. For everyone, next year marks the 20th anniversary of Invader Zim, so to speak. Any big plans to celebrate the occasion, and will it include bologna or chocolate pudding?
It's going to be a gigantic
together.
Bologna. We're going to burn it.
Bologna, roll them into burritos. A little bologna chocolate burrito. I don't know if anybody's planning anything, and this is probably something I shouldn't tell out of school, but I happen to know that after Florpus aired, nobody from Nickelodeon or Netflix called up Jonan to say, "Hey, nice job." So I might not be allowed to tell people that, but I just did. So the feeling might be that there might not be people at Nickelodeon or Netflix who are really focusing on the fact that this is coming up. So it might be incumbent upon fans to remind them. And that's basically the very vague thing I can say.
I just know that everybody that was on the Florpus crew would love to make more. That's it's going to be up to the fans to resurrect it again at this point.
Yeah. I think everybody would love to see more. I mean, the Florpus was getting 100% in Rotten Tomatoes, at 100% positive. Granted, it wasn't, reviewed by 500 different outlets like, say, an Avengers film is, but it was doing really well and it got a great response and it kept popping up on everyone's Netflix queue. And it seems like it did real well. So why not do another one? Except it might kill everybody having to go through that again.
Well, I think the coolest thing would be just to do a movie every couple of years or something.
Yeah. Like Star Trek.
That level of quality. Yeah, like Star Trek.
Yeah, and Zim can keep gaining weight like Shatner did.
Well, he has been letting himself go. So
yeah.
That is all I have for you guys. I just want to tell you thank you so much for allowing me to be the ringmaster of this crazy cosmic circus, so to speak, that is Invader Zim. I appreciate all the great things you guys have all done with the franchise, and best of luck to all the new Invader Zim projects yet to come.
Well, thank you. And I particularly want to thank Chris for putting together such an amazing book that I think people are really going to go nuts for.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And thank Drew for the skeletons.
Thank you, Drew.
The mastered skeletons.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all again, and have a great day.
You too.
You too.
Open your eyes, Bran. You need to wake up.
Edison.
Easy. You're injured in the explosion. You may have internal bleeding.
The Rian shut us down, huh?
What did you expect? You didn't listen to me, did you? I told you trusting those human traffickers was a bad idea.
Yeah, all right. Enough with the I told you so's.
Well, I did tell you so. And now you're drifting through space and will likely die, leaving me to chat to your frozen corpse until the power on this escape pod runs out and I die too. So thank you very much.
Any other refugees make it off the ship?
Just you.
Okay. We're down to 41%, but that should be enough to get us back to the refugee station.
No, you're down to 12% oxygen. You wouldn't make it.
I can hold my breath.
For 13 hours?
What else you got for me?
You're not going to like it.
Try me.
Oh, there's a damaged Rian supply ship called the Mesa nearby. It's currently running on auxiliary power, and if there is anybody on board, they're not making any radio noise.
What's wrong with the ship?
No idea. But I might be able to get it back online.
Yeah, but if the crew is still alive, they're going to give me the death penalty and just flush me straight out into space anyway, aren't they?
What, will you suffocate? Just like you will in this escape pod?
Well, when you put it like that, what are we waiting for?
We're going to need to accelerate if we're going to make it in time.
How fast are we talking?
G7.
Ouch.
Hoops is the raunchy, foul, and extremely vulgar new animated show coming to Netflix this summer. I'm incredibly excited for it. Here to tell me more are Jake Johnson and Ben Hoffman. Hi, guys.
Hey, Brian. How are you?
I'm good. So this is a show about a basketball coach that is essentially coaching a terrible team. Where did the show idea come from? How did this all come together?
Ben, you want to start?
Sure. Well, the show was written what is it, Jake? 4 or 5 years ago. So I will shorten that. Yeah, I will not tell the 5-year version. Things in Hollywood take a long time, but I grew up in Kentucky, was always a big basketball fan, and I always wanted to write a show about a foul-mouthed, angry person. And for whatever reason, especially coaches, sports in general is someplace where it's just kind of seen as like a fair ground to just act like a maniac. I mean, those videos go viral all the time. Like it's almost like the crazier and more vulgar you are, the more views you get. I didn't do it for that reason, but I'm just like, this is a good opportunity. My love of basketball, my love of comedy, to merge the two and just let her rip, you know?
And now, Jake, you're you're Coach Ben on the show.
Yes.
Did you have coaches like this growing up? I would say it's like teeters on abuse, but like Ben said, it goes viral. So
like Ben, I grew up seeing these coaches, you know, the Bobby Knights of the world. And I grew up really in the 80s and 90s. And not only was this normal to see, but this was expected out of a coach. So what I thought was really funny about the premise of this is we've got a guy who is vulgar and he is loud and he is in people's face, but he's also just a terrible coach. Because most of these guys, the reason they keep their jobs is they win. So I thought what was fun about this guy was he's a terrible coach. He's in everybody's faces, and he coaches the worst team in the district. And so it was really fun to do it. You know, I think it's a really loud show, but I think it's really funny, and it's meant to be ridiculous. And I think, you know, there's going to be a lot of laughs that come out of it, I hope.
The interesting thing about coaches in the 80s, and I grew up then too, it was impossible to film them back then. So you had no way of really tracking what they were doing until they got away with everything. And then recently people have been able to turn the cameras on. So I think it's fascinating that you've essentially created these characters together who are this replication of that era. Because that's...
Yeah, but mind you, it's heightened in a ridiculous way because he's coaching kids. So yeah. I think what we've all learned is a lot of these coaches in real life are pieces of and we find out that they're like strangled people and they become very hateable. And what's different about Coach Ben, he really does love these kids, and the kids really do love him, and he wants them to win. He's just, you know, he's a mad guy, and he's got a terrible squad, and nobody knows how to dribble or pays attention. The only reason the kids want to play is they like being part of a community. And Coach Ben sees himself as really talented and really has a chance to get to the pros and take over. The only problem is his players and his daddy issues. So there's a lot going on with Ben on it that it's fun to think of those guys, the real coaches, but the difference is Coach Ben's an animated character, so we can put it further.
Yeah, it's hard for him to warp the brain of a child permanently because he's not real.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think the animation takes that. Yeah, I was going to say too that it's like the old saying, it's not whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game. It's like fun to watch a coach who only cares about winning. He doesn't care about how he plays the game. It's just wins and losses and whatever he has to do to get there. And he has no skills to do it.
Now,
everything is someone else's fault.
Of course. In terms of writing the show, Jake, your delivery feels very stream of consciousness. Obviously, there's a script involved, there's a writer's room and all that. How much wiggle room were you given in terms of ad-libbing? How much of your own sort of derangements were you able to dump into this character and the way he speaks and interacts?
Yeah, well, we had a great writer's room. So we had a bunch of people who would really craft the stories and we would kind of lock in. But this really started with Ben and I in a booth together. We made a pilot presentation of this probably 8 years ago, where the idea of it was let's just get as crazy as we can and let MTV pass on us, which is what they did. So all the records, they would always say the lines, and if the scripted line was the best line, then that's what would stay in. But it really just felt like we were trying to be as ridiculous and make each other laugh and then, see what worked. So there was improv, not just with me, but with everybody in it. Cleo King, who plays the principal, she was written as funny, but when Cleo came in and started improvising, the character came to life. And Rob Riggle the same way. And everybody really, Natasha Lazaro. So we were all allowed to improvise and goof around, and it helped. And 80 Miles, who's a writer himself, played Maddie, was so funny. Ron Funches, everybody.
This is a show that is the coach specifically is rife with just bizarre and incredibly deranged and very creative insults. In this section I saw, there's an entire part about a hamster going into a ref. And so what are some of your sort of favorite insults that you've either been told, overheard, or have said yourself in the long process that is life?
I've got one because I'm the same way. When I was growing up, insults were a weird form of affection and endearment, and when uncle would get you an uncle, you would feel good about yourself. But when I got on New Girl, the network told me I was too fat for television and I needed to lose some weight, and I was really sad about it because I loved to eat so much. And my friend Steve Berg, who plays DJ in the show, the little chubby kid, my buddy Steve nicknamed me Pizza Johnson, and every day would just photos of pizza because he knew I wanted to eat it. So every time I would get the phone would bleep, I would look and it would be delicious pizza, and he'd say, "Hey, Pizza Johnson, you don't have to eat." And I gotta tell you, it hurt every time.
That's so cruel, because it's also like it's making fun of something that you have control of, but you could lose control of at any second just looking at a single photo.
Exactly that. That's right.
Well, Ben and Jake, thank you guys so much. All 10 episodes of Hoops comes to Netflix on August 21st. So watch it then. You're home, you're relaxing, and it's uncensored. I promise you that. The version I got is not, but you will be ahead of the curve, and you'll get the one with all the words that you don't want your children to hear. So don't let them hear it. Or do.
It's also animated, so you don't have to look at Jake's dick nose.
That's the little tag thing for Hoops advertisement. It's animated, so you don't have to look at Jake's dick nose. Hoops, August 21st.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Yo, guys, and welcome back to Comic-Con at Home. I'm Akeem Lawanson.
Hoops is the raunchy, foul, and extremely vulgar new animated.
Yo, guys, and welcome back to Comic-Con at Home. I'm Akeem Lawanson. Thanks for tuning in. Now, remember, guys, you can keep up with all of our Comic-Con coverage by following IGN on TikTok and Twitter, or tweet at us with the hashtag IGN Comic-Con to get involved in the show. Don't forget, guys, this is the last day. Now, this year has been plagued with film delays due to the ongoing pandemic, pushing several of film release date back a few months, or in some cases a year or two, or just plain taking off the damn release schedule. It's a bummer, I know, guys. And here to help me talk about how bummed we all are about some of the biggest releases being pushed back, two of my best bummer buds, Brian Altano and Max Scoville. Hey, bummer buds.
Thanks, I think. That's good. We wanted to put some soft piano music underneath this segment because this is sort of tragic. Comic-Con historically has been a great vehicle to sort of introduce new things that we're really excited for. And we got a lot of that this year, but we also got some sort of significant delays that I'm pretty bummed out about. So I wanted to start off by talking about Antlers, which is a horror movie I was incredibly excited for this year. Supposed to come out in February of 2021 now, originally announced for April of this year. And obviously things went away. And this is a sort of small town horror movie about a Wendigo. It's got Jesse Plemons in it, and it has Kerry Russell from Breaking Bad and The Americans, respectively, both awesome TV shows. And it's such a bummer because this felt like such a good Halloween October VOD on demand type of situation. Just drop it so we can watch it at home, have a few beers, put on Antlers, and be thoroughly spooked out by this movie that is, in part produced by Guillermo del Toro, David Goyer. There's really awesome talent involved here. It looks gorgeous. It looks cool. But unfortunately, we have to wait until all the way of next year, February, one of the, I would say, second or third spookiest months. So that's kind of a bummer. I know you guys are kind of excited for this one too, but yeah, it's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, this panel was supposed to be discussing our favorite movies we're excited about coming out of Comic-Con, but most of the big announcements were not things that are coming soon. It's things that are not happening for a cool minute. One of the big ones that we got, this was in the middle of the New Mutants panel, basically the big, huge announcement that New Mutants will be coming to theaters on August 28th of this year. They did this trailer that opened with basically like release dates getting repeatedly crossed off. This movie has been kicked around so much. And at this point, like, I feel like it looks okay. It looks interesting. It looks definitely better than I was expecting. But at the same time, like, it will take an act of God to get me going into a movie theater on August 28th for a movie that I've been waiting for this long, you know? Like, it's not even, you know, a huge anticipation right now. And the whole reason they can't just put it on VOD is because it has like existing cable rights dating back to, I imagine, before the whole Disney Fox buyout. So in the middle of this panel, the announcement that this was coming out to theaters, Disney was just quietly like, we're also delaying basically everything else, including, you know, I guess like what Mulan, Black Widow, I think those just got sort of indefinitely postponed.
Right. Yeah. They took Mulan straight off it's been taken off the slate, so we don't know when we're going to be getting that particular release, which is a bummer.
Right. This is a fascinating one. There was a red carpet, like there was an actual red carpet for Mulan. So people worked that event. They went to that show. They saw that movie, and then it disappeared. It went into the Disney vaults, as they say.
And the one that I'm most sort of bent out of shape about, and like I know a lot of people are like, who is actually looking forward to Avatar 2? I'll be honest. I'm like, I started out as sort of like cautiously optimistic and just kind of curious about what an Avatar sequel would look like. And I don't know if I'm ever going to see one. That got pushed from 2021 to December 16th, 2022. And that means that if everything stays on schedule, which I don't think it will because it's Avatar, that means that Avatar 5 maybe will come out on December 22nd, 2028, which is, I kid you not, 19 years after the original was released.
Yeah, which is insane. You're heading into sort of reboot territory in terms of time stretches at that point. This is honestly, it's veered into like a sort of a running joke with cinema heads and film goers, because like having one Avatar movie to be delayed is sort of preposterous this many times. Having 4 sequels, several of which are being filmed concurrently, which had to restart production because I think they felt safe being mostly underwater, to then have to halt production is a sort of insane thing, because we are now pushing 4 Avatar movies down the line all the way until 8 years from now, which is just bonkers.
I don't understand why they even tell us that we're getting all these sequels and the dates. I don't get it. Like, they did the same thing with Star Wars. Like the Untitled Star Wars movie has been moved. The next one that we're getting has been moved to December 22nd, 2023. And then after that, we're going to get one every other year. I don't know. What's the purpose of telling us this? Like, I just want to know when the next one is coming out. That's all I really need to know, honestly.
I think it's for like stockholders, but
that's exactly it.
Yeah, but it's also just, it's such a weird thing from a sort of, consumer standpoint, or just I guess a fan even. But yeah, like it's hard to even picture, like, what does 2027 look like?
Yeah.
What is that?
On the flip side, like, to be blunt, after the sort of Skywalker trilogy, if that's what we're calling it, I'm happy to see these kind of go in the oven for a couple of years and take their sweet time, or like go back and figure out the recipe, because I think these things need some space. The difference with Star Wars is that I think that the legacy will continue in live action form in a televised format via original and sequitur Disney Plus shows that expand on characters and universes, which you can't really get for Antlers and things like A Quiet Place, and there's no Avatar TV show that I know of. So at the very least, we'll get new seasons of The Mandalorian, we'll get new live action Star Wars stuff on TV. But in terms of like a movie, a trilogy, whatever, what have you, there were so many concurrent directors from Taika Waititi to at some point we had the Game of Thrones guys, they got fired. There's so many different moving targets on this franchise, but at least we do get some TV shows to hold us over in the next few years.
Yeah, last we heard, Mandalorian's still on track. I guess the weird thing is, like, there's a certain pageantry that comes with going to the movies and seeing something on opening night, and there's some movies that I'm like, I'm fine waiting for. Like, Tenet is a movie that I want to see on a big screen, and Christopher Nolan wants me to see it on a big screen. But there's other stuff where I'm like, if you gave me a choice of like, okay, you can buy it now on VOD for $20, which is like, that's more than I normally want for renting something. But if it was like, it's out now, you've waited for it, you've heard about it, it's just, like they did with Scoob or Sonic. If you gave me that option versus like, or you can go to the movie theater in 2021, I'd be like, give me the thing now. I have nothing else to do. What else am I going to do? Like,
yeah. I mean, there was also Spider-Man Far From Home, the sequel, which I don't know if that will be Spider-Man quarantined at home, Spider-Man working from home, whatever you want to call that now. It's going to have home in the title. That moved from November 5th, 2021 to December 17th, 2021. So only a month. But I think that's being generous right now. I do see that. I see their entire slate being kicked down the road a little bit because it's just so difficult to start an actual gigantic full-scale production.
Yeah, and just to mention, they also pushed Jungle Cruise to next year, July 31st, 2021, which I was really looking forward to. And I guess I'll have to wait till next year and see it on the big screen. I'm assuming they have something. They're hoping things kind of normalize in the world because I think they're going to do something big for next year at Comic-Con because like it's The Rock. The Rock's involved, so they're going to do something huge.
The ride's still open somehow, so you can go on that.
I would know. I think I'm going to stay here. I'm good right here. Well, thanks, fellas, for keeping me bummed out about what's to come in years from now. But I'm also very excited to watch some of these movies soon-ish, I guess.